Hey there and welcome to the Max Not Binary. I'm Max. Hello Nemetrek, hello Purple Nix, hello Mech Maniac. I hope you enjoy your gifts up. Hello Pants, good to see you. I thought we would start the day in space, but I have excellent news. We have milk. I have tea. Things are going a lot better than they were yesterday. You are welcome. It was KJ who gave you a gift sub, but I'm so glad that brought you here to have a little look at our colony, which we will do a little bit of a tour of, because I did some work last night on the colony after I had to leave you all. Oh, you people have coffee? No, that's absolutely fine. So, I did do a little bit of work. Mostly we did a bit of digging. We moved the water tank from here to here. The reason we've done this is you can see that I've got metal tiles in between it and the salt water tank. I know it's currently just got clean water in it, but that's because I just poured this down rather than worry about it. Hello, Neo. Welcome in today. I hope you're having a good one. So my thought is, our bristle blossoms up here were stifling because, why were they stifling? They were stifling because they were too hot. So I thought, why not move the water here and it can be cooled passively by the cold water next to it. So that required quite a bit of moving the water lines. So essentially what we've got now is that our cool steam vent feeds our space program. Oh, speaking of space, now I've started the game running. We need to do a thing, which is it's time to land Chthonic 1. Can I land you from here? Where do I land you from? Here, that's it. Change. Oh, I need to enable it, indeed. Let us enable that building so Chthonic 1 can land. I'm glad you're having... What are we fleeing? Oh, the poke shell must have had an egg. Are you going to land that? Oh, we don't have it. Change. Oh, what, you are landed? Oh, yes. Hello. I am really starting to like Hatch Ranch into Draco Ranch for food. Use little to no resources and is much more resilient to temperature than plants. I am not usually a fan of plants. We've been playing with them in the new expansion because, you know, it's kind of nice. Right, that should let Chthonic 1 out. There you are, Chthonic 1. Can I go inside? And I think I want to close this. Maybe I want to close this door. I think we'd like to set that to nothing and sweep this. More rockets. Well, what we're going to do... Oh, Chthonic 1 never put on their suit again. Oh, that's fine. We'll sweep it to the other planet and we'll just make another one here. I'm living the rocket dream through you. If I banned one, would say in Chthonic 1 count. No. If you banned one, saying Chthonic 1 would not count, Nemetrek. You're still sub-cycle 50, Neo. That's right. So, let's carry on. Now we've got Chthonic 1 out of there. Because we did need for that to happen. I can show you what we did. So, this feeds our water for our rockets. After that, it comes across this way, where it feeds on to our water coming out of our petroleum generators. We had a little overflow problem, so I desperately needed to fix this. And then we've got it coming down this side into the thing, and then if it can't go over into the thing because they've got enough water for the oil wells on the other planet, it comes up here and falls into our tank, where hopefully it's getting passively cooled by this. I think what I might do, I was thinking about this, is we might set this hydro sensor higher up when this goes off again. Oh, right, let's murder this poke shell. See that? Kill it. Thank you. So that we keep a larger cool thermal mass in here to cool this water. And then from here, it gets pumped separately. I mean, this did require an extra pump, but I think it's upset. Clawing you is just how it shows your love. Is it like a kitten in that sense? Let's have a look at our blueprints. Let's take some iron. We always need some iron. Right, so yeah, it did require the introduction of a new pump, but well. So that now feeds our bristle blossoms. And as you can see, we've been making the sleet wheat farm. However, oh, it's love for the egg. Yeah, no, that is true. I mean, it's fairly normal animal behavior to attack anything that goes near the egg. However, chat, there's a very severe problem. I don't have any sleet wheat. We've either eaten it all, or it's all gone off, or yeah, or we killed it all. There is no sleet wheat on either of these two maps. How about you? Are you gonna have sleet wheat for us? Oh yeah, there's tundra over here. There's gonna be some on this planet actually, so that's good. Because there's tundra over here. But yes, I built this whole thing last night, and then I was like, oh. I do not, in fact, excuse me, have any actual sleet wheat to put on this in this farm. That is quite a good idea. But I've never really bothered to grow sleet wheat because of the water cost before. So that's why. So what we've also done is, oh man, no, stop that. This seems to be doing fine. I filled this cooling loop. And oh, well, I haven't filled this cooling loop because they've never bothered to build this bit. I think I'm gonna no, I don't need to deconstruct that bridge. I'm gonna sever the connection for a minute because we are filling this out of this one, and then I'm gonna have to find a way to use this to fill this up again, so I don't want to put loads of extra water in. But yes, so I built the cooling loop, but they haven't built the radiant pipes yet. I assume they'll get to it. Speed up. I think I've shown you the most of what I did. Yes, so you can see that we've also done a bit of digging and cleaning. We've got some additional plastic ladders. Fill it from the output of the generators? Absolutely, we could do that. Now we are producing... Sorry, I have some macadamia nuts stuck in my throat. Now we are producing extra, what's it? Plenty of polluted water, that's the thing. You can certainly join onto there. We'll just deconstruct that. Well, you can probably join into this one, frankly. Once they've done that. This is sorted. We'll fill this up in a second. How are we doing? We completely emptied this. Oh, we don't need much extra. We just need a little bit extra over here. That's fine. And deconstruct those. I don't know what you're doing with them, but stop that and just deconstruct them. A hot swap errand is placed on it. Yeah, you can't deconstruct it. No worries. Oh, I've accidentally deconstructed a ladder instead. Let's replace that. There we go. So that should all be sorting itself out now. We've got a little bit of moving water to figure out. But yes, that was the majority of what I did when I wasn't here. Oh, I did do other things. What we did was we finished this fridge. Oh, I deleted a bridge, didn't I? I know I... Oh, maybe I didn't. I don't know why there's suddenly, looks like obsidian in there. So yes, we finished the cooling loop so that they have deep freeze here. So as you would have seen at the end of the last episode, we broke in here, we built a thermoregulator. Dot advised that natural gas was the appropriate thing to use, so we're using some natural gas. This bridge is going to cool down this room a little bit, but I'm sure we can cope. Otherwise we should be alright. So yeah, so now they've got food that won't go off in here, which is nice. It's accessed through this sweeper, which can hit the fridge and the grill, but this one can pick stuff out of here, which is nice. I also installed a little bit of shipping up here to deal with eggs that these guys laid. Did you not see that thing where if one end, oh yeah, this end is in an insulated tile, so it shouldn't cool too much. But yeah, that's our temperature map. I see what you mean. That's our temperature map. Apparently our kitchen has managed to get a bit cool. Oh, this metal tile is cooling the kitchen somewhat more effectively than we might like. Well, this is a design problem. I don't think I care. They can be chilly in the kitchen. Whatever. Yeah, they can just be chilly in the kitchen. Maybe just an igneous tile. Yeah, maybe. I was sort of hoping that, I suppose now it's cold. I just wanted to stabilise the temperature a bit, actually. Like a regular tile, not insulated. I can probably put an insulated one on there now. And it'll probably, like, the temperature's down. It'll probably be fine. I don't think the metal tiles are actually entirely necessary. I was just sort of giving it a go, really. Also, we've got some steel back, so that's nice. Now, you've only gone refrigerated again for a bit. Because of the temperature of this, no doubt. But, that won't last for very long. Now, temperature's plummeting in there. We'll be fine. So yes, we'll stop deep chilling our kitchen. What is broken? Insulated liquid pipe. What? Why? Why is it so cold? These aren't that cold, and they're actually in space. Oh, because it's really cold up here. Yeah, it's the water, not petroleum. Nuts. It's actually just because it's really cold up here. It's not space that's the problem. It's this. Oh, you're actually building some of this loop now. That's nice. Oh, I don't want to loop it around. That's boring. Oh, speaking of that, though, is we do need to work out how to get the, what am I looking for? The polluted stuff out of here. What are you doing, Chthonic One? Are you going back to bed in here? You are, aren't you? I mean, okay, I guess. Neo, why is it always you in this toilet? We're going to close this off in a minute. Oh, here's tall shorts as well. You just like the rockets. Fair enough. Right, we're going to lock this door. So that Chthonic One can't come to bed here. Hello, Kaylee. It's snug in there. Yeah, I don't know if I can be bothered to make something that complicated. I probably will, but we'll deal with it in a minute. No, Travaldo. Get out of here. Do this on a 9. Yourself, Travaldo. I saw you. You troublesome lot. What are we binging about? Nobody is trapped over there. That is a lie. Thank you, Chthonic One. Will you... You won't choose your other bed? Let's just unassign you from this bed for a minute. Oh, I know what it is. It's because you're still marked as crew here, aren't you? Apparently you're ineligible as well. Weird. So what if we do this? Change crew. If we mark you as not crew, will you then choose a new bed? I know why they use the toilets. I just find it annoying. Will Chthonic One choose a new bed, or do we need to choose a new bed for Chthonic One? Does anybody know? If I have uncrewed them from there. This is probably their bed. There isn't a very easy way to only send it when it's needed. Oh, I'm going to worry about you in a minute. I'm not really in the mood for rockets. Right, how are we getting on in here? You seem to have done a lot of work, so I'd also like you to deconstruct all these pointless ladders. Thanks. That would be great. I feel this is a big sleep wheat farm. He'll choose a new one now that it's locked up, but uncrewing does not force a new bed. Cool, thank you. At least their choosing a new bed has improved from when they started the DLC thing. Because they used to just not bother to choose one at all. Did the pipes get queued for deconstruction as well? They shouldn't have. Oh, they might have, I suppose. Deconstruct. Oh, nuts to you. Yeah, they might have. Cancel. Right, hang on. Cancel. Cancel. Right. Thank you, Nemetrek. Cool, so we've got enough water in here to make a full loop, plus a little bit of evening. This is just radiant lead. So now we can turn that back on. I don't think 6.9 is where we want it to be, because that will freeze the water. 0? 6.9, nice. Maybe 5. Well, maybe we'll make it 5. What temperature does sleep wheat even need to grow in? I obviously can't look because I don't have any sleep wheat. Let's have a look. It grows temperature -55 to 5. So we probably want it to be at like 0 or something then, don't we? It should be alright. Oh. I'm a bit tired and yeah. But yes, the posture checks will be no doubt useful today. Cool. So when we actually get some sleep wheat, we can put it in there. I mean, that sweeping didn't seem to actually sweep anything. Is there a reason for that, game? Oh no, it did. Hydrate. Oh, I'm gonna have to go and get some water. Give me 1 second, Purple Nix. Here's the base. I've only just got up, Nemetrek. I can't have a nap time. Right. Thank you for the hydrate, Purple Nix. Okay, so the space... Who has unreachable food? You see, that's a lie. The space plan for today is... We weren't quite able to finish all the research. Because we weren't able to do the material science research fast enough to keep up with how quickly Chthonic 1 was doing the orbital research. So we are gonna get all of the research we can do on Earth knocked out for these, so that'll complete those 3. We'll do the research for those 2. We'll send Chthonic 1 up to quickly finish these 2 off. And then we'll land him again and send him back up with a telescope. Now, I was thinking about the telescope because I don't understand all the things about how the telescope works. Also, oh, I know what I wanted to ask you. You all know how far these oh, range remaining 6 tiles. That's what I wanted to know. What happens if I fly the rocket out 6 tiles and I can't get back. As a point of interest. What happens at that point? Dupe dies, rip rocket. Okay. That's fair. It's good to know. So, isn't there an autopilot now? Oh, what? The rocket comes back, but your dupe dies. I mean, that would be, like... Seems silly. Let's have a look at the... Choose a blueprint. I don't want any of these. Let's reject them all. Thank you. What's up, Amelia? Oh, you got a bit injured. I see. You got a bit injured by the poke shells. Why don't you come and have a sit down? I noticed that the other person who got injured is, of course, the doctor. You come and have a sit down as well, Nick. And you two will feel better shortly. The autopilot only lets your rocket continue flying if the dupe dies. Without fuel, it can't fly, so rip rocket. Fair enough. That is useful to know. What's going on here? Are you too hot? Yes, very slightly. Oh well, you can't have everything. So, what am I doing now? What? Oh no, it's just that. That's fine. You might have missed that part of the question. No worries, Neo. What I would like to look at is... Let me look at the interior of this for a minute. View interior. Oh, of course, because I have a carbon skimmer. Right. Once we rip this out, for the spore kids, can I just dig them up once they're in a vacuum and I should be fine? Right. It's not quite that simple. You can just dig them up when they're in a vacuum, but you still have to be aware of where the zombie spores that they cause are, Purple Nicks. So you'll remember that after mine went into a vacuum, there were still zombie spores in the crude oil. And we got lucky that we just let some chlorine into the oil biome and that dealt with them. But if you don't have nearby chlorine, or you don't want to just let it into your oil biome, you're going to have to find a way to move those bits of crude oil into something chlorinated. Also, note that if you don't deal with the crude oil that has zombie spores in it, and you let, or destroy them, you could brick them up, absolutely, Nematrek. Also, if you let carbon dioxide in there, the zombie spores from the crude oil will start to multiply again on the carbon dioxide. So you have to keep that in a vacuum until you're ready to deal with it, ideally. Right, so we ripped this out and we put a telescope in here. How does the telescope work? So, if I went into orbit... Oh yeah, use a little bit of chlorine then. Theoretically, I'm one further square out. So would I be, for instance, able to research like these? I mean, these obviously aren't squares, they're hexagons, but you know. Yes. Okay. So I could research essentially the whole of this without spending any fuel. Can I? Oh, that's what I wanted to ask. So we can take off and land without spending any fuel. Could I move from here to here without using fuel? Yes, cannot send 2 yes in a row within 20 seconds. Thanks, Twitch. So I can move all around here without spending any fuel. Oh, I do have to land and launch again every time, or I spend fuel. Right, okay. So we can learn about all of this, but we have to take off and land. So if we have to take off and land, 0, 1, 2, 3, it feels like we might as well go and come out to like the edges and explore new stuff. I guess. So we'll do that, I think. I think if we're going to be spending fuel anyway, we'll fly out here. And then look at the stuff and come back. I think we're going to start on this one because we've got the question mark there. But we'll 0, 1, 2, 3. So we'll start here. And then 1, 2, 3, 3. Agreed? That should be the range of my little petroleum engine. 0, 1, 2, 3. And then 4, 5, 6, 6 to get back. This is correct. You can't enter unexplored tiles without the telescope module, not the telescope. I do know about the telescope module. That is a useful bit of information. You're not trapped. Stop telling me that. How big is... I think we've researched the telescope module now. Where am I going to find it? But you can just explore the tile with the telescope. Well, what we could do... how quickly will it discover things? Because they need to use the telescope, right? Because the point of the swanky space one... Or maybe I haven't researched the swanky space one yet. Where are you, swanky space one? Here. No, I should have... Where are you? Cartographic module. Oh, well, I mean... Chthonic 1 has pretty good research. As a point of interest, where even is the... Is it a module? Is it, in fact, a module? Right, let's go back to this. Is it, in fact, a module? Swap. Yes, it is. Oh, I see. Okay. Neo doesn't like the telescope module. Well, I think we're just going to put the, it takes space and slows the rocket down. I think we're just going to put the thing in. Now, this has polluted water in it. How do we get this polluted water out of here? I have a thing. The cartographic module is... Thanks, Kaylee. A temperature shift plate, Kasukin is entombed. I mean, why would the telescope be a module? Right, I want to get polluted water out. No liquid output. Can I just drop it into space? There's no reason why I can't just drop it into space, right? I am doing well, thank you, Kasukin. I hope you are doing well as well. I'm feeling a bit fighty. It's because I'm tired. So I'm not going to be putting up with your nonsense, chat. Move it above the unloader so you can daisy chain more unloaders. No, I can't be bothered. I mean, I'm not saying that you haven't got a good idea there, Nematrek. I'm saying I literally can't be bothered. So it's going to go there. Right. So that's what we're going to do next. But we need them to finish off all of this. You are kidding. You're awaiting rad bolts. Well, you've just managed to mess that up, haven't you? There we go. Have some more rad bolts. Because we've still got practically 20,000 rad bolts in here. So don't give me any awaiting rad bolts nonsense, you. The other thing I want to do today, which is not space related, is I want to build them some extra power. So they've got a bit more solar up here now, which seems to be meeting their power needs. But in fact, there are 2 things I want to do over here, or possibly 3. 1, or even 4. Right, things I want to do. Build and sort out a extra oil well. Three. Okay, good death. Indeed. So yes, I want to sort out an extra oil well. Which I think we probably won't pipe, that we'll just use for these guys to have some oil. But for one thing, it will create more natural gas. And we want to create more natural gas so that we can power this on natural gas. So that's why we want to create that. And then we're going to build a little, a very small little block here of industry? Power, really, rather than industry. Where we're just going to have this and some infrastructure for that. How hot are you? We'll have to deal with you a little bit. Because I don't really have enough steel to build it hot enough to deal with you. I mean, you're not that hot. If I could get enough steel to build some... No, we have to pump you anyway. Is the natural gas from the oil wells even power positive? I mean, I've already got the infrastructure set up. Yeah, I'm sure it is. You can teleport matter, but not energy. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure it's power positive. Look. Because natural gases are pretty, good. Because these produce 800 watts. And you'd use 3 of these fill one. Is it 3 that fill one? Oh, hang on, that's what we need. Oh, it doesn't say. Excuse me. Yes, we will produce some water. I don't know what we'll use the water for overly. Hang on. Hello, Bane. Sorry you caught me sneezing. Welcome in. Do not worry about not being super knowledge about Oni. We have some technical discussions, but we also try and explain everything from first principles. It's sort of my thing. I'm glad you've heard good things about the channel, and I hope you enjoy it. Welcome in. So, 299 watts per oil well. Yes. I mean, we're producing... The thing to always remember, Nematrek. Thank you very much for the follow, Bane. The thing to always remember about the natural gas when you're doing oil wells anyway is we have to do the oil wells and we're producing the natural gas anyway, so we might as well use it. Is kind of how I'm feeling about it. So yes, that's the thing we're going to do. We're going to tap into this and build a little power what's it here. Let's see how they're doing with the research. Very nearly. What, Akayim? Welcome in today. I hope you're well. You have enough points for a stuffed animal. I see. We'll upset Danish with our stuffed animal. I was just questioning if it was worth tapping into another oil well, because you're not just producing it anyway, that case. No, that is fair. But I kind of just want to use it. It will be a stuffed animal time, absolutely. I think I'm going to take this. Thank you, Mahatma Ganki, for the follow. I think we're going to take this copper ore on the other planet because they're a bit short of metal ores. We had to send them some more the other day, so we need something that is worth 100k channel points. What would that be? I was considering having premium stuffed animal reveals. Right, here. Show us 11 stuffed animals. I don't know, but I'm at 99.7. Here you go. Have a watch of our duplicates for a second, and I will get a stuffed animal. I don't know, it runs a lot better now, so we might be able to get 100 dupes in spaced out. Would they all need to be on one asteroid? Right, give me a second. Oh, no. Game, please. Thank you. I mean, I don't think anyone has any confidence in the dupe's skills, to be honest. Right then. Definitely not all on a single asteroid. All over the place works. So, here we have today's stuffed animal of the day. This is the Mexican long-armed monkey. As you can see, Mexican long-armed monkey used to be a hanging monkey. He also lives on the doors of the cupboards, which is how we are doing. Partner used to live in Mexico and bought this monkey from she used to work with the native peoples of Mexico, so not those descended from the Spanish, but the more tribal peoples who still live there. And the kids in the market used to constantly pester her to buy things from them. And through serendipity, they managed to pester them with a monkey one day. And so we have Mexican long-armed monkey. I am trying to find out what the native peoples were called, but unfortunately I cannot, because partner is too busy working to speak to us. But yes, they're quite cool. But yes, recently their ties broke, so they have just had their arms tied up in a loop to hold them on the thing. But yes, so this monkey is yet another monkey from Partner's Travels. And this one comes from Mexico. To go with our ones from France and Belgium, this monkey is a Mexican monkey. I am glad you are pleased, okay. But yes, this is the last of the cupboard hanging animals. I don't have any other animals that hang on cupboards, so we'll have to start a new theme for our next little group of animals, because we've reached all of the hanging animals that we have in the house. So we have Kiefer and Pixie, we have Bat and Green, and in here we have Benji. More primates. I mean, like, I literally could do primates forever, RKM, because Partner has so many. I don't really need any more stuffed animals. I am not running out of stuffed animals. I'm just running out of the ones that hang on cupboard doors, Kasukin. There are plenty more. But yes, Mexican monkey lives in this room. So, I can show you. You see the cupboard that doesn't have Benji on it? That is Mexican monkey's specific place to live. So yeah, Mexican monkey is Benji's partner in crime here in the streaming room. I like the fact that his smile is blue. It's quite cute. That's a lot of post-its. I think I talked about it once. The post-its were... I was once trying to generate a whole... essentially, they're duplicants. The post-its have duplicants assigned to names for a playthrough of Oni that I was doing by myself. So yes, they're all duplicants with little, with the genders of the duplicants and little descriptions of their flavor text linked to names. I used the post-its so that I could match duplicants and names up appropriately. But yes, this is Mexican monkey. I particularly like their little blue smile. And now they are going to go back on the door. Thank you, OKM, very much for spending your points on seeing yet another stuffed animal. There will be more. yeah, as you see, currently they stream. Oh yeah, it's because of how I've got the chat set up, I think. Yes, they currently have to have their arms tied up to stay on the cupboard door. Though now I've thought about it, I might fix their little hanging strings so that they can be once again not suspended by means of tying knots in their arms. Excellent, thank you so much, Okayim. I hope you enjoyed your monkey and your further trip into the many, many primates that Partner owns. Let's head back to Oni. Right. So how are we getting on with the research? Right, you've done that one. You've got quite a few other ones to do, so that's going to be a little while. Is there anything we need to do over here? I mean, not desperately. Oh yeah, I was going to move this liquid lockdown, but I couldn't build that. So I think I might, I was thinking about how we tap into this chlorine vent, but I don't really have anything to use it for anyway, so I'm unconvinced about that. Let's have a quick mop there. How are you doing? Okay, that's clean. That's full. So we're good for Chthonic 1 to go back to space once we are ready, but we have far too much research to do before we send them back, especially since Amelia just spent some time lying about on the hospital beds here. Oh, we could put someone in a vacillator. Here we go. Let's recharge this vacillator. Why not? Is that the only vacillator we have? I think so. Dupes have still got some sweeping to do. I finished my tea. Disappointing. Yeah, we've got some stray grubs here. Speaking of sweeping, let's do some sweeping out of here. Let's sweep all of this out. Alright then. Oh, that was quick. Have we... Right, let's check Chthonic 1. Where are you, Chthonic 1? Are you doing some research? You are. Look at you. Does fish and macaroni and cheese count as fish and chips? No, absolutely not, Chthonic 1. I would say. I did have macaroni, cheese and fish though once. I went out to actually a Russian restaurant which served lobster, mac and cheese. Which, although nice, was a bit of a waste of lobster. Would have been better with like langoustine, probably. Maybe gambas. I prefer langoustine, but no, that's a personal point. Right, I think Chthonic 1 should get in the vacillator. Also, hello Chthonic 1, thank you for redeeming and Ask Me Anything. There we go. Let's see if we can power you up. What have you got? Beefsteak. Chthonic 1 has muscles on their muscles. Not necessarily super useful on a researcher, but I'll take it. I mean, why would fish and macaroni and cheese count as fish and chips? Is this an American way of referring to mac and cheese that I don't understand? Or is it the American confusion with what actually counts as a chip? Oh, you have been trying to make that thing for 7 years now. Fair enough. Right then, let's go and do this little power brick. So, we should be able to run, for instance, about 2 natural gas generators sustainably off this. Not quite 2. We need to analyse you. You're dormant. Right. We might need to send Amelia over to do some analysing. It's time for Amelia to have another visit. We might need to... No, there's a bed up here. And we've got a spare table. So we're going to send Amelia for a minute so that Amelia can have a look at this. I've been making fish and macaroni and cheese, the good kind, and jokingly called it fish and chips for 7 years just to trigger all my friends. I see. Fair enough. That makes sense. Well, it makes a certain amount of sense. It still definitely isn't fish and chips. I'm with your friends. I mean, I can't say that I'm strictly triggered by this, but I would definitely say that it is not fish and chips. Now, what are we doing? We're getting Amelia. Amelia, where are you? I don't know, but you need to get in this teleporter. There you go, Amelia. Come and get in the teleporter. Here we are. Your father loves teleport. To open a can of tuna or salmon when we have macaroni and cheese. So I'll call it that and see how he reacts. Do you use the same kind of fish though that you use in fish and chips? What fish is that you're using? Amelia, I think you might have to unequip your suit here. And I want you to analyse this on a 7. What are you doing? Oh, you're just idle. There we go. Look, we've dug this out. You can come and do this. Thank you. They seem to have broken the analysing vents animation somehow. They don't pet them in the way they used to. Mind you, also the bar is not moving. Amelia, are you okay? No, the bar is moving. Cod, indeed. I've had real fish and chips, though, made by an actual British pub over here, and honestly, I thought it was real bland. I've been told it's rather authentic, as you need sauces to give it flavour. Cod or haddock is what I use. Absolutely, then, you most certainly do use the appropriate fishes for fish and chips. Good fish and chips requires very good batter. Because, yes, cod and haddock both don't have very strong flavour. How do you guys call when you take the bread, get old, and make a powder to try food? Breadcrumbs. We have stale bread that we would grate or make into little tiny bits that we would call breadcrumbs. But yes, ideally, good fish and chips requires a very good batter, and there is a problem that cod and haddock is not the world's tastiest fish. So you have my sympathies there, Chthonic One. I also don't eat any fish, so I'm not the world's expert in it. Excuse me. So, what are we going to need for this? We're going to want a box around you. I've been told that the British conquered the world looking for the best spices and then decided that they didn't like any of them. I don't think that's true. The most popular meals over here are curries. Like fish and chips is no longer the most popular food stuff in the UK. The most popular food stuff in the UK is curry. Now, admittedly, they're not necessarily Indian curries on the whole. They're not necessarily the super hot ones, though we do have a range of the super hot ones. And doner kebabs. We do eat quite a lot of doner kebab, but definitely curry is... and they're not very traditional because what the, in fact, Bangladeshi immigrants, rather than actual Indian immigrants who brought the cuisine here, realised is that the British believe that everything should come with a sauce. I don't entirely agree, but it is a very common thing here. So they made sort of creamy sauces to go with their curries, which is why you have something like tikka masala, which is an entirely British invention. Well, an invention of the British and Empire. So you have tikka, a traditional Indian way of cooking, in a fairly creamy sauce. And it is incredibly popular. I don't really understand why. For me, it's not spicy enough. But British food, historic and traditional British food, isn't about spice. It's about fats. All the best British cuisines leverage fats for flavours. Animal fats, or when I say animal, like meat fats, or dairy fats, or something like that. They all leverage fats for flavours, which is why it sort of fell out of popularity, and people don't do it. It also is an awful lot of slow cooking. It's not mostly greasy. If you do it right, it's not. But an awful lot of slow cooking. I don't know if any of you have ever had scouse. It's a stew from Liverpool. It's actually what caused the Liverpool people to get called scouse. It's actually from the food, not the other way around. It's a stew. It's a sailor's stew of sort of potatoes and meats. But it's very tasty. Fat has a huge impact on taste, absolutely. So British food leverages, animal fats of various types for taste. We also have really excellent meats and other animal products here. It's sort of better than you can get in many places in the world, not everywhere. And I'm saying that as someone whose partner is Italian, which is a food cuisine I completely love, but constantly tells me that the meat and dairy options here are, a step above. Even their father, when he came over, was also deeply impressed. So, that's interesting. Amelia, have you finished? You have. Amazing. Right, let's stick you in the teleporter and send you back. Thank you for helping out, Amelia. So yeah, it's about what it is. But you're right that we don't use loads and loads of spices here. I mean, I say we. In my house, we use loads and loads of spices all the time, and all of our food is somewhat hotter than friends and relations of many nationalities are necessarily super pleased with. But as discussed, partner has lived in many places around the world that enjoy some hot cuisine, including Mexico. Look, literally it just spawns extra bits of rock in these. It's very annoying. And Thailand, and things like that. So yes, there's nothing I hate more than a tasteless dish. Spices are everything. if spices are everything, then you're using crappy ingredients, Purple Nix. Quite frankly, the spice must flow indeed, Little Miss Murder. Use better ingredients. Things can be nice without being hot. Even in our house we have things that are nice that are not hot. But use good ingredients. That's the trick. Ooh, speaking of good ingredients, I have exciting news. Yesterday, when I ran off for dinner, yes, a citrus or pepper can be fine. Garlic, absolutely. Oh, we never make anything without garlic here. That's not strictly true, but it's nearly true. I have exciting news, which is last night when I ran off for dinner, we ate allotment potatoes from our own allotment. Onions are everything. I like onions. But yes. I cannot help you with your Google problems there. Cooking without garlic is possible, but it's senseless. Partner definitely agrees with you. There are very few things that we make without garlic here. Let's see what we have. Let's take some curative tablets. I hear good things about the pixels though. Chthonic one. But yes. Potatoes that we grew our very selves. That I had to go and water when partner was away on business. But I managed to keep them alive. I even had to protect them from the blight. So we're very proud of eating our own potatoes. Right, we're going to want to deliver a suit because Amelia took one with her and didn't bring it back. So, when are you becoming... Oh, right, we've got a little while. So I think what we're going to want to do is... Let's build a box. Where should... We'll have them come in this way. Right, let's build a box this way then. We'll build a box like this. Do we... I mean, we're not going to put very much in here, are we? I suppose we might put a cooling loop on it. Do we want a cooling loop? Can make a little bit of steam power, but I don't know if we can be bothered. We'll need something to control the temperature, otherwise it's going to get too hot. So yes, we could put that up here. Put some steam turbines on top. So this should be fine to be the bottom. Thank you. I'm going to dig this out. I'm sorry you're having so much trouble with the Google website. Let's just do this so we can get all of this rubbish out of here to begin with. Drop it all down. Shut up and take my money. This is sometimes necessary. Little Miss Murder, thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad you have enjoyed our chats about cooking. I have very strong views about the suggestion that British food is terrible, which is interesting because actually British cuisine is a cuisine. I know they're stuck, Nematrek. I'm just ignoring them. British cuisine is actually a cuisine that I don't enjoy very much. But that isn't really a fault of the cuisine, it's just that they make stuff that doesn't necessarily appeal to my palate. One, because a lot of the stuff that is traditional British food comes with a lot of sauce, which I don't like. Or is stews. Brit food certainly suffers from a lot of stereotyping. Like, if you're excited by, you know, making slow cooked pork and things like that in your slow cooker, then there is plenty of British food that you should be excited by. Also, it suffers a lot from something that actually the Brits are kind of responsible for, which is the move against eating all the bits of the animal, because a lot of traditional British recipes use all sorts of bits of the animal, which, you know, the Brits themselves weirdly have become oddly squeamish about, and I think we passed this on to the Americans. But again, it's something that for instance, Italian partner really enjoys about British cuisine. It's the ability to eat all sorts of random bits of the animal that they don't often get to eat. The French do it very well as well. They're a big fan of eating all the bits of the animal. Oh look, muckroot. Let's deconstruct a couple of these just so we can dig out these last couple of tiles. I think I'd like that. We, when we went out on Saturday for dinner, we went to a Mexican place where they did short rib, which I quite enjoy, but partner really likes. So we had some short rib, but they offered it with bone marrow, roasted bone marrow, and partner was thrilled to get the opportunity. Don't do that yet. You need to build this ladder first. Was thrilled with the opportunity to eat bone marrow. I think partner eating it encouraged the people at the next table to order it when it was offered with their short rib, but they sort of looked at it and didn't entirely. Yes, throwing away edible parts of animals is a new phenomenon. Gaul. I don't like offal very much. Of any description. There aren't many that I enjoy to eat. With the exception of liver patés. They're about the only ones I enjoy to eat. Oh, we need to have a ladder to get up there. Come here, you lot. Do have a ladder. But partner enjoys them. Not sure brains, though. I think brains are one of the ones that they don't like that much. When you guys hear about Brazil, what sort of food do you think of? The Brazilian restaurants that we have here are mostly the ones where you get like massive skewers of meat and they come and do it at the table. The processed meat industry ships more tonnage than pure meat. Do they, thank you, Amorge, for the follow. Hello, Mavrentia, welcome in today. Brains can be dangerous to eat, though the bigger problem is feeding brains to other animals. People just don't think about Soylent Pink. I mean, we feed our pets on it all the time, and our pets are perfectly happy. But yeah, there's loads of animal bits. Like, when I was a kid, which speaks a little bit both to my own age and the age of my parents, we would regularly eat. I have a pet zombie, it likes brains. We would regularly eat all sorts of offal. Kidneys, livers, hearts. I remember going to the supermarket and you'd have like a whole bit of that. Also rabbit, which weirdly has become a posh thing in the UK. I mean, we used to eat rabbit stews and stuff because they were cheap. Yeah, no, Brazil, I definitely think of the skewers of meat, kisuken. Where they come with the skewers and they give them. Whenever I've been to Brazilian restaurants, it's a big meat eating. Now, that might be partly because of the people I've gone to Brazilian restaurants with, rather than necessarily Brazilian cuisine, but it's certainly what I would think of. That's going to pop up in there and I'm never going to be able to sweep it, isn't it? Oh well, we'll live. I don't know how wide I actually want this to be. I would assume rabbit would be cheap, considering they breathe like rabbits. Indeed, it always used to be cheap, here. Like, when I was, as I say, when I was a kid, you're going to get yourself horribly stuck there, Kaylee. Oh, no, you didn't. Well done. Ah, okay. So, for those of you who met Mexican Monkey earlier, the people from whom partner bought Mexican Monkey are the Chamula in Mexico. So yes, I was interested in providing their true name, but I couldn't remember it. So yes, Mexican Monkey is from the Chamula. And it's a traditional, sort of felt crafts are very traditional. I am told. Dunno, never been. But I am told by partner who lived there. Yeah, no, when I was a kid, rabbit was cheap. We used to eat it because it was cheap. And we didn't have loads of money, and my parents used to make like rabbit stews and stuff like that. But now you can't buy it in British supermarkets. And only sort of posh restaurants will offer you rabbit. Which is very weird, in my opinion. Rich people gentrifying food, absolutely. Yes, I know you are being Sonic One. I live in the UK where we literally had the whole Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease crisis in our beef. Prion diseases are terrifying, absolutely. But the main way that got into the human food system... Oh, you were responding to someone else? Fair enough. Oh, sorry, Pants. Yeah, no, Pants was just joking. But prion diseases are terrifying. Pants. Yes, the main problem that we had with it wasn't me that got prion, it was Nematrek. Because yes, I couldn't remember them either. But yes, Creutzfeldt-Jakob's disease. Peppermint. I remember that joke from the time. I suppose people don't remember that anymore. I mean, it happened when I was very young. No, it happened when I was reasonably young, because we had a massive salmonella thing before that. We had a couple of various food-related outbreaks. But in general, UK food is very safe. We had an amusing time where we more recently, like in the last 5 years or so, oh, is that true? Yeah, which is odd because mostly that problem was here. I mean, Europe just went no. No. One of my first jobs down here in London, well, not my first jobs, after I finished running off licenses when I was here in London, I got a temporary job which was still paying out compensation, like governmentary compensation for herds slaughtered as a result of that. So that was interesting. But yeah, we had a more recent food scandal that was about there being horse meat in I think I'd like to brick these up, really, in our food chain, particularly in like freezer foods and stuff like that. So like, you know, freezer lasagnas and stuff like that. But obviously I live with Italian, who was just like, I'm sorry, what is the problem here? No, but I do remember the Americans took it incredibly seriously and viewed the entirety of Europe as a monolithic block with their restrictions on blood giving. I do remember a bunch of that happening, Bullmorgs. But yeah, I'm not sure you had that much in Germany. Yeah, no, partner was just like, I'm sorry, what is the problem with eating horse? Horse is yummy. Indeed, often when they go home, they eat horse. As a treat. I'm not sure I agree, but then I'm quite picky about my meats, to be honest. Not in a what was the problem with horse? The main problem with horse is that we don't really eat it over here in Emmertrek, and it was in things that were supposed to be beef. So the main problem was that it had got in a bunch of stuff that was supposed to be beef. Yes, because it was horse, and we put horse in friend animals, not food animals. But also the problem was that it was supposed to be beef and not horse. Which is, you know, a fair problem to have, but sort of the tenor of the coverage of it was not being viewed as a mislabeling crisis. It was like a food safety thing, and we're like, what? Seems fine. Let's not worry about it. But no, well, there you go. We had some excitingly hysterical coverage of, you know, the possibility that there might be horse in our beef. Now, let's have some mesh tiles here. I find it funny that airflow tiles work for the drowning chamber, like the critters can't just shove their mouth up against the airflow tiles. So it was safe to eat horse meat, but don't put it in the beef ravioli. Absolutely. I mean, yes. Yeah, I think after investigation, the outcome was that actually there was no threat to food safety from said horse meat. Danish, you're gonna get yourself stuck up there in a second, aren't you? We're gonna try and pump this out. We'll make a liquid lock for it. We'll probably use oil again. We'll use crude because, you know, we're not really short of crude. We can just run it up here. I think there was also some concerns because horse is something that gets in quite a lot of pet foods, and they obviously have different food safety standards. So those were all the reasonable things. But yes, the tenor of the coverage was definitely like, oh my god, I might have eaten a horse. Which, you know, is nonsense. Right then. It's going to be hot in here. We'll probably need some steel pumps. I mean, if we had gold amalgam, then gold amalgam would be fine. But obviously gold amalgam is not something to which we are privy as of yet. So yes, I think once we've got all the research done and we start sending Chthonic 1 out on their telescope missions, what are we going to do about storage for the natural gas? Just dump it in the oil biome? Possibly, I think. Also, we're gonna be using more than we can sensibly store, I think. Spain tried that once they started getting earthquakes. Is that fracking? Is that what fracking is? What are we going to do with this? Oh yes, we're going to put some what's-its in here. Aquatuners. Well, a aquatuner. Probably not going to put more than one, and we'll put some steam turbines up there. As I say, we probably won't need very much cooling and all of that, but we might as well have them. Then an offshore oil platform with an empty oil reservoir. Ah. I do vaguely remember this being a thing, but I couldn't tell you any details of it. But when you said that, you know, I had that kind of, oh yes, this is something that's lodged in my brain somewhere. No, you shouldn't get too hot. You should be fine. You can just be copper. And we'll cool on natural gas. Also, the natural gas has... No, we'll just cool the natural gas. And the natural gas is always less likely to suddenly decide that it's ridiculously hot than, for instance, petroleum. How much space have we got over here? This much. That's fine. So we can have this here. We can have a... No. Cancel that. I'm going to do this in a slight different way, because I want this to be the wall of this, so that this can just be a ladder. And that means that what we're going to do is we're going to do two things. And we'll just add some solid tiles over here of granite. Like this. Now we might do that, just so it can't flow that way. Let me brag for a bit. I just reached my first ever 1,000,000 calories. Of course you can brag for a bit. We don't actually need this to be that wide. We'd also probably like to put a liquid lock on here. So let's do that too. Oh, not mesh. Very nice job. Okay, they've charged me, but my order has not gone through. That is not amazing. You got over 28 million calories. We'll have to see where Emily's at if Emily pops in later. Dot. About the extra natural gas on the oil biome. Maybe we could load a rocket and use to colonize a new asteroid? Can you be more specific, Kasukin? Oh, that's a bit annoying. There actually isn't room for a proper liquid lock here. Oh, we can put it in the top one. That's what we'll do. Right. Cancel that. I've got a better plan. Natural gas is not a valid rocket fuel. I thought so. So what we can do instead is if we put the liquid lock up here. Oh, we will need to make a ladder. There you go. I can make a ladder there. We can have this be a liquid lock. This can be a ladder. And then this can be the pumping out. Oh, I can't do that there. I was going to put the go to space and cook your eggs at the same time. This space is not working out the way I want it to. Because I wanted to put the aqua tuners up here. Since we're expanding the space program, when we find a new asteroid, we could load a gas reservoir to inject some immediate power and energy. I see. Yes, we could do. We would have to pipe it to the home planet and then send it from there, though. So it would be a little bit complicated. The interplanetary transporters. I am bothered by my design here. I'm going to leave you look at it for a minute while I have a swift break and get a drink. I'll be right back, chat. I think we might actually need to expand down a level and have it be here. It's going to be loads of wasted space. It's going to annoy me. You just bring glass, plastic, steel and rocks to colonize the next planet. We will, colonization is on the cards, but we'll have to see how that goes. They're still working on the research for now. Let's check, actually, just before I head off for a quick break. Have you broken this again? No. Chthonic 1 is here doing the materials research. Lovely. In which case, have a think about my design for this. We'd like to fit 3, maybe 4 natural gas generators. I want to put an aqua tuner chamber, ideally here. Obviously we need a way to deal with the polluted water. We might also want a water sieve to make it clean before it comes out of here, depending on what we decide to do. And obviously we need a liquid lock to make this a sealed thing. Have a think. I've just queued up my huge project and Alt-Tab to play XCOM 2. That seems fair. To be fair to Oni, although it is a bit grumpy about some things, it doesn't have massive, doesn't put massive load on my CPU. I certainly could run another game whilst playing it. So yes, chat, have a think about how I could improve this while I have a very swift break. I see we're enjoying XCOM RNG. Doesn't XCOM have a essentially a guaranteed mischance regardless of how high it gets? Isn't it one of those things where it slightly lies about how that works? I see nobody came up with any good ideas about how we could actually redesign this. Thanks, chat. Why are loads of people idle? Oh my god, they're idle on the home planet again. No, if it's 100%, it's 100%. Oh, okay. Certainly that is a thing in for instance, Crusader Kings, that it does. That, yes, one pump is enough. If it's 99%, it's 50-50. That's definitely true, Mech Maniac. I will pronounce that K correctly one day. Though apparently today is not that day. Why did I come back here? Oh, people were idle. That's why we came back here. I remember. Let's choose a blueprint. Let's have some dirt. Yes. Yes, I'd forgotten what it was. But it was indeed. Because the dupes were standing around not doing anything, which is unacceptable. Let's find them some things to get on with. Right, things I don't want to sweep up. Critter eggs. Probably edibles. And cooking ingredients. Also, the other thing I probably don't want to sweep up is sucrose. Enjoy your meal, Nematrek. We might see you later. There we go. Let's do some sweeping here. This all needs to get swept. Things aren't supposed to be there. Let's do some sweeping. I don't know what all this nonsense is. I mean, we have swept pretty impressively, it must be said. I'm not sure I've ever had such a clean map. Quite frankly, not sure I've ever had such a clean map. Ah, here you go. Here's a bunch of things they could be sweeping up. But on the whole, lovely clean map. It makes me happy to have a lovely clean map. It also should make the game run a bit better. Hopefully. Oh, good. So Twitch just emailed me to let me know that I am streaming. Thanks, Twitch. That's very helpful. I'm pleased to know that I am in fact streaming. Right, you lot. What are we going to do with this? I don't want it to go too high up or we're going to have to drywall a bunch of stuff and that's no fun. There is only a 500 hours delay, no problems, absolutely. Right, cancel that. What if we do this? Probably from the first time I streamed, could be. If we do this, we can get potentially all of these. Oh, not quite. backsides. Why can't I get 4 there? That's so upsetting. Hello, Krentel. It has been a while. I hope you are well. Welcome back in. I'm still alive, unlike Bert. Indeed, Bert has now been several playthroughs ago, I have to say. If you are not here, there is no one to advocate for Bert. What can I say? Bert has perished. Lovely. So we're getting on with this research. It's taking a little while, but that's fine. Right, but that does mean that we could deconstruct these and deconstruct this. This doesn't need to look like this anymore. From birth to Bert. So we can deconstruct that as well. I am glad to hear that you're alive, Krentel. Hope you are doing well and that things have been good for you since we saw you last. Joni Benoni, you could extend 1 tile to the left. You know what, Joni Benoni? There is no reason not to do that. You are quite right. I'm with you. That's a good idea. Go away. I'm doing fine. Got myself some games that I really wanted for a long time. I am glad to hear it. Would you like to let us know what games those are? I'm sure I would be interested to hear. Yes, so you want to go. We need some ladders to come back in here or they're not going to be able to do any of this, but that's fine. Rimworld and Neo Scavenger. Okay. I don't really know anything about Neo Scavenger. Oh, I think I saw someone playing it the other day, but I only sort of dipped in and out of the channel, so I don't really know anything about it. Hello, Prophet. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. But yes, now you mention it, I think I did see someone playing Neo Scavenger the other day. But Rimworld, I do enjoy. I was wondering if, I'm going to moot this and chat can tell me how they feel about it. I was wondering if when we finish this playthrough, we might become a little bit more variety. Imagine the hardest roguelike you know, then make it post-apocalyptic without zombies, then multiply the difficulty by 2. It also has dogs and dogmen. That actually sounds like it might be relatively entertaining. Yes, so I was considering that once we had finished this playthrough, we might, yes, move to a slightly more variety channel where we do Oni some days, but also do maybe Rimworld or Crusader Kings or other games that I enjoy to play when I'm not here with you guys. Let me know what you think. Also, you can chat about it in the Discord, in the stream suggestions bit. Krentel would like it. Fair enough. So, I think this is going to be enough. Variety is the spice of life. People are in general being reasonably We'll probably do some votes and stuff. I'll do them in Discord. What I'll do is I'll use the but as I say, that we could well have 1,500 more cycles to do on this. I haven't even gone to the 3rd planet yet. So I mean, who knows how long this playthrough is going to take. But after that, I was considering that we might also play other games. But I will probably do some votes on the Discord where I'll put some options up and you can all vote with like emotes and stuff to let me know what you like. Because there'd be loads of things to think about, whether we would, what am I thinking? Whether we would want to play the games like on consecutive days, or whether you'd want RimWorld, say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then something else for Friday, Saturday, not RimWorld, Oni, or whether you'd like alternate, all of those sorts of things. RimWorld is such a nice game, it makes you feel dead inside. I have dipped into the new ideology expansion for RimWorld, and I'd like to play it more. But it's, I think Neo was talking about it in relation to Oni, actually, that just endlessly restarting thing that you sometimes get into with games. Well, I'm sort of having that with RimWorld. And actually playing it here with chat, I think would be an excellent way for me to stop being in that mode, if you see what I mean. Because it can definitely be a problem that you... That would work, wouldn't it? I don't actually need a ceiling on either side of this. There's no particular reason why you have to have a ceiling there, as long as they're separated off. Yes, I think having you lot here would really help me, you know, commit a bit more. And not just be like, oh, something has gone moderately wrong, let's start over. You know what I mean? Because I enjoy that about... I've enjoyed that very much about playing Oni on stream as well. That the fact that I have viewers here who are invested means that I'm more invested, and when things go wrong I try and fix them, and I've really liked that. That's been one of the great joys to me of streaming games for you. Do not ever pick animal personhood without transhumanist. It takes way too long for nutritious. Have you ever considered making hot blocks? I used to make hot blocks, Chthonic one. But I find them unstable and I don't like them. I think I made the mistake, Krentel, of picking like the tree huggers. I forget what they're called. But yes, the nature worshippers. And then like I tried to, you know, chop stuff down to build my base, and all hell broke loose quite quickly. So we'll have to look at some of those things. But yes, I did used to make a load of hot blocks. But yeah, I don't like them. I don't find them super stable. So they're also a little bit of a pain to set up. So I have given that up to use, I guess, proper liquid locks. I mean, whether they're in fact proper liquid locks or whether they are in fact liquid locks that are just as exploity as hot blocks, as we were saying yesterday when we were talking about game mechanics, you know, your opinions of that may completely differ. But for me, the fact that you have to get your dupes sopping wet before they have suits. Oh yes, you might not have been here for the DLC, Krentel. We now have hop blocks, hop locks in fact. So, Mex Maniac, you can, let me see if I can, oh, this'll do, right. So the way a hop block works is, let me type hop locks. Oh, there you go. That's it. Yes. I've obviously got caps lock on because why would I not? So the way it works is you have, there you go. You have a gap like this, and if you pile 3 different forms of liquid on top of each other, because the game can't really cope with that happening, it forms a vertical liquid lock. So equivalent to like using a viscogel lock or something. Actually, it needs to be higher than that. Let me deconstruct that. But because there is a gap here, so you'd have like what looks like a viscogel lock, but of like early game things. We might even be able to, let's see if we can make one just for demonstration purposes. I haven't made one for ages. If I recall correctly, I need some stuff up there. No, I don't. It should work like this. We should be able to mop. It's stable enough so long as dupes never stand inside of it. I mean, that might well be true. I just always found them a little bit unstable. And I also consider them a little bit cheaty. So you pile 3 liquid types on top of each other with a bottle emptier. You have to use very small amounts of liquid, and then you have to mop here, and you get a vertical liquid lock. And then because there is a gap, your duplicants hop over them. So they, even if they're not wearing suits, they never get sopping wet. And you know, stuff is nice. And you can still have a vacuum. And yes, they're very space efficient. Once you build them, they're a bit thingy to build, but once you've built them, they're very space efficient. Because, you know, they're literally 1 tile. We'll see if we can make them. Let me look at my liquids. It's easier to make liquid locks with pedestals, I feel. I don't think I've ever made them with pedestals, Chthonic one. That would be a different way of making them than I know of. Well, I do have some... Oh, I can't be bothered. Yes, but Mech Maniac understands, so I think we're going to not bother making this. But yeah, that's how you do them. And because essentially they... Once you've made them, you don't need these tiles anymore. They just sit there. So they are a bit more space efficient. So we could make it like at least 1, if not a couple more further out. And then these wouldn't exist either. So we'd have more space. You get a dupe to bring 1 kilo of liquid with a pedestal. And then you empty the contents of the jug. Oh, interesting. Oh, yes. Well, I've only just learned that you can empty the contents of the jug without using a bottle emptier, Chthonic one. Like, I've literally learnt that in this playthrough. So that is probably why I've never considered doing that before. How are we getting on with our research? We researched something. So what are we working on now? Oh, we're not building though. I wish to learn about drill cones. Actually, learn about drill cones first for me. And then we'll do these 2. Hello, me. Welcome in. Yeah, I learned that like a few months ago. Just need 2 different liquids to particularly make a normal liquid lock and a pedestal. Yes, that does make sense. But yeah, because I didn't even know I could do that. I'd never considered it. I don't know how, considering all the Oni content I have consumed, I never knew that. No one has ever done it in anything I watched. But that is definitely true. Got time for a base tour? Absolutely, me. So this is our starting asteroid. Base, as you see, we started on the swamp, which is why we've got this slightly weird tower formation for our living areas, because this was just where we didn't have horrible polluted water to begin with, or like mud or anything like that. So we started with a tower, and then we expanded to put various things, mostly agriculture, a bit of science and whatnot in this side. This is a liquid locked base. All the dupes go out in suits. We have a saltwater lock, and a transit tube. This is our oxygen production. We have a self-powered oxygen maker. We started with a half Rodriguez and then we broke back in to make a full Rodriguez. That was quite exciting, but we managed it without too much trouble. That pumps out actually very cold oxygen because it's fed by this cool slush geyser, which we're running around inside the electrolyzer. So as you can see, the oxygen here is nice and balmy. In fact, chilly. We've actually had problems with chilling the base down too much. It seems to have stabilized a little bit now. So that was sort of the next thing we did. This is cooling. Oh, speaking of cooling for the base, I still need to fill the couple of gaps up here. We'll do that at some point. This aqua tuner is cooling for the base. I'm pretty sure it's never been on because the oxygen is so cold. And this thermoregulator is deep freezing for the food. So this is our little deep freezing place. We're currently mostly living on barbecue and grub fruit preserve, occasional cooked fish. All of that is going on here. What else do we have? We have a petroleum boiler, which is going all right. We did have a lot of trouble when we started it up. Mostly, I think, self-caused, if the truth be known, caused by a little bit of a lack of steel and trying to skimp on materials. Do not skimp on your materials in your petroleum boiler. It's a bad plan. So yes, we tried to skimp. That didn't go well. We had to keep breaking in and out. But now it's running and stable and is going very well. In order to use that petroleum, we of course needed an industrial zone. So we built this nice industrial zone with some metal refineries, rock crushers, kilns, petroleum generators. We're running these all the time so that we don't back up the petroleum. We are producing way more energy than we really need. This is also linked to our transport network. The only other place our transport network goes is space, where we have this rocket that we've been using for research. We're just currently finishing off the non-space research just so we can knock out the last few here. What did we skimp on? We skimped on steel when we built the petroleum boiler, which caused half of our problems, Nematrek. So we have a rocket here. We have a nice bunch of solar. As you can see, they can get their transport network up here. We have a pretty empty top of the base. And then we have our lovely, lovely Drecos. These are in charge of all of our reed fibre and plastic production. And as you can see, both of those are going very well. You've never seen so much sour gas leak. I mean, I've definitely had worse sour gas leaks than this purple. This is only a very moderate sour gas leak. But yes, we did have some sour gas excitement. Usual, we've messed up a petroleum boiler problems. And that's sort of it for the home base. As you can see, it's still reasonably minimalist. We established this colony quite some time ago. They are now set up in their little liquid locked base over here. They have a little sulfur geyser. I killed my base the first time I did a boiler. I think I killed my base the first couple of times I did a boiler. In the last episode, we set them up this tiny, tiny fridge. They are fun to figure out, absolutely. So yes, they have a tiny, tiny freezer up here. They are living off, again, grub fruit preserves and barbecue. We've got some grubs in here, and we're keeping some sweetles just for the sucrose over here. We have a bed here for crispy lettuce, because crispy lettuce is nyctophobic. So we've left this tiny gap in the solar to shine a light upon crispy lettuce even when they are sleeping, so they don't get scared. This is our solar up here. We're just figuring out how to use our natural gas down here, because we have this nice oil biome. The oil's going over to the other planet to do the petroleum boiler mostly. But we would like to use the natural gas here to provide a little bit of extra power. So that's what we're working on right now. And that's mostly it. You can have a quick look at the star map. We haven't been here yet, but we're going to knock out the rest of the science and then go exploring. So that's kind of where we are. Feel free, me or anyone else, to ask questions if you have them about any bits of the base. We can always have a look. I've definitely reached the point in the build where I'm, you know, chatting and faffing about a bit. We could actually... We don't need these here anymore. Let's deconstruct these. Because there's no way we're going to be able to power more than 4 in the long term. So let's not bother about that. Which would mean that we could do a thing. How did you get rid of the magma? We didn't have magma, Joni Bononi. So, like, this is our magma here. This is how it was. And on the swamp planet, you actually don't have any. You've got this magma here, but that's it. So, yes. It's something about the spaced out world generation that you get magma in these weird pockets. So, we had to patch a little bit here. I think we've probably got somewhere. I can't see it. Oh no, we've just got some petroleum. Yeah, we accidentally boiled a little bit of petroleum off this, which was sort of, I don't know if you can see it now. So you see how none of this is hot? This bit just here was hot for no reason. So yes, we did have a thing happen there. But yeah, our magma is just in these. So yeah, something about world generation. Apparently it's pretty regular for it to look like this on your second planet. But that's what we've got. So it occurs to me that... Oh no, I can't do that. There was also that obsidian patch you almost uncovered that would boil petroleum. It would. Well, I did nearly just dig into a bunch of abyssalite without really thinking about it. Because I was thinking about vacuums rather than heat. So yes, that would have been a problem. But we fixed it. We fixed it. What are we going to put up here? So, like, we've got... Excuse me 1 second, chat. Hello. We return. So yeah, I don't know what we're going to put up here, but, you know. Actually, I don't know if we want that floor even. We definitely don't want this. We might just want to put a floor here. Rather than that one. What are we laughing about, Purple Mix? Are you laughing because I've just said I don't know if I want this floor that I've literally just built? I mean, that is hardly the only time that has happened in life. Oh, what Nematrex said. Yes, no, that is definitely a thing that happened. Nematrek is completely right. I nearly just dug through a bunch of stuff for no reason. So yeah, I don't know what we're going to put up here. I guess there's a question as to whether we would like polluted or clean water to come out of our natural gas. It's going okay, Neo. We haven't really done very much. We've been pottering, talking about food, that sort of thing. It's been a sort of pottering around sort of stream. Food, indeed. I'm trying to think about what I want to put in here. Is there anything else that we desperately want to be able to do over here? I mean, we don't really have a lot of resources that it's worth doing in refinement. Let's have a look in refinement. No, there's nothing we really care about here. Oh, that's true. I think, although you're completely right, we might put some gas reservoirs here just because we can, because I've got this space. I also think that I don't actually want clean water, because I think ideally I'd like to be able to grow some reed fibre when we fetch some off the third planet. So I think I probably want polluted water so we can grow some reed fibre. I just built something to tear it down and to rebuild it differently. Oh my god, that never happens in Oni. This. No, not this, but what Nematrek said. This sniping. But what is it, who is it, is completely right. That happens all the time in Oni. Yes, we may build a rocket platform as well. Who knows? But because I've got some space here, and I've decided I don't want to do, I don't want to refine the polluted water. I think I'm going to put some gas tanks here anyway, or a gas tank. We might not have a lot of room for gas tanks. Let's see. Gas tanks. Oh, look at that. It's like it was made for it. If only we could stack them directly on top of each other, which we can't, but never mind. At least we can have a couple. And then we'll have just some space for no reason, because why not? When we get reed fibre, we could put portraits up here. Oh my god, yes! We'll worry about the rockets later. Everyone's so excited by rockets all the time. I mean, it's fair. Rockets are quite exciting. So, I mean, there's no way we're going to need this big an aquatuna chamber. But, like, this is how big it is, so we're just going to build it. Which, if you've watched me build things, you should know is sometimes just how I do it. Oh, posture check. Thank you, Nematrek. You can build a rocket platform inside the space. It's called Spaced Out. Of course, people want rockets. Can I really build a rocket platform? I didn't really think about that. I suppose you can. Bevelnix, let me hydrate for you. How are you doing? Because we've been pottering around. Oh, you still got loads. Unless you tear it down yet again. No, no. These floors are all where I want them to be now. We're not moving the floors. We might tear down the tanks so we can have a rocket platform with tanks, but we're not tearing down the floors. Let me see. Oh, no, that's the rocket. Come here, you. Let's deconstruct these and we'll have a look. I don't think I've got enough. Oh, I suppose if it's not actually going to launch any rockets, I can build it out of any old rubbish, can't I? Is this going to be tall enough? Hang on. So we need the large gas tank is... I'm not tearing down the ceiling. I am not tearing down this ceiling. This ceiling is staying. I am happy with this ceiling. So if we need a ceiling, that ain't happening. The platform itself doesn't need to be sitting on the floor. Hang on. We are still on versions of infinite-ish storage. We're arguing about rockets. Oh, you mean this one? You mean if I tear down this ceiling, I can put it here? Neo and Nemetrek, do you mean tear down this ceiling that I'm holding the rocket platform over? You can fit a floor 1 tile lower to the right for the loader unloader. Yes! Alright, hang on then. We can tear down this floor. It will amuse, at the very least, it will amuse, what's it, who's it? Also welcoming KJ and Casa. It's good to see you both today. I hope you are having good ones. And enjoying your Tuesday. Come on, duplicants. Get on it. I know it's unusual for you to actually have any work to do over here. But it can't be a holiday colony all the time, you know. Right. So, we can build it here. So, we need a loader, you reckon? They're not going to be able to get in there. I can just cancel that, I guess. And an unloader. I don't have room for a loader and an unloader. Where am I going to put the unloader? Like, they're too wide. I don't know. Could it be? Oh, maybe? Maybe? I mean, we don't need these tiles. No, don't build this. We've changed our minds again. Oh, they can't get there to get rid of that now. Yeah, no, they can't. Nuts. Hang on. Wow, you lot are so awkward. With your ridiculous ideas. It's not going to matter, because I can't put a floor for the loader-unloader. Hello. Right. Nemetrek and Neo, look. I can't fit another tile in there for the loader-unloader. Because I've got a thing there. Just shift it down. I don't really like to have them standing on the floor, but we could potentially do it. I mean, they don't put out loads of polluted water, so... Oh yeah, look, here's a problem as well. They also can't get in here. if we build this. I don't think this plan works, you know. I definitely don't think this plan really works. Will you need access to the generators once it's built? Do they need to get in there? Just remove the liquid lock and seal it up. I want it to be serviceable. Because stuff might break. I mean, I could seal it up, I guess. I mean, if we're just going to do that, if I tell you what we could seal up. No, I've got a better idea. Got a much better idea. Do you know what we should seal up instead? Oh, we still need it to be lower though, don't we? We could seal this up, but then we're still going to have a problem with the height of the things. Leave the generators without a liquid lock, since they only pipe out. Yeah, put a door in there. That could do, actually. That could do. Go on then. Because you're all completely wedded to this idea. Though I'm still going to have the problem that I've only got 3 tiles here. Like, that doesn't change. Put the loaders and unloaders to the left of the platform instead. I mean, that doesn't work either because I still have generators here. Every time I seal something up, I have to break in to fix it. Absolutely me. See, the problem is the height of the generators here. Because apparently your thing that you want to build... Can you move the entire base 1 tile to the right? No, we just moved it 1 tile to the left. Thanks. So the gas storage is like 5 tiles high, you said, right? If we put it on the platform. So yes, the problem we have is the height of the generators. We could put the generators on the floor. I mean, I don't know if it's worthwhile. But we could put the generators on the floor. I don't really like putting them on the floor. They don't, Could you just lower the generators? Yes, we could do that. Let's do that. Let's just lower the generators. I mean, it's going to annoy me. But we can do it anyway. Here you go. I hate you all. Just so we're clear. None of you are in my good books right now. Could always make a door pump and infinite storage. I don't really do the infinite storage things, me. We hate ourselves too, don't worry. I'm glad to hear it. I like the fact that both Neo and Nematrike had the same response to that. That's pretty funny. Maverintia agrees. Oh man, right. In which case we might be able to keep our liquid lock. I do love a liquid lock. I mean, I say I don't like infinite storage, but then as we discussed, you know, I'm quite happy with liquid locks, so. He pays you money, he takes your choice, I guess. You missed your idea above. Move the pumps to the left of the geyser and move that wall to the left. It's a good idea, Casa, but it still didn't solve the problem of how tall the generators were. It had removed the liquid block though, unless you shaved the neutronium. That is also true. What? Pants? Oh, liquid locks are real things. You have at least one in your house. See any toilet. Absolutely. Come on, Danish. How are you getting on? Oh, no. Cancel these. But these are all gonna be those. Thank you. Right. Well, I'm glad everyone apparently is on the same page today about what we should be doing in Oni, i.e. messing about and not taking anything very seriously. Because it makes me feel better about my unwillingness to enter into doing a proper project. Where are we? Rocketry. Oh, I can't build the platform over ladders. How annoying. It's very annoying. Where it is not really realistic is hopping a liquid lock. Hoping a liquid lock holds an infinite amount of gas pressure. No, absolutely. Or a vacuum, indeed. But we seem to be doing okay here. Oh, hang on. You can get pretty close to a vacuum with mercury. Yes. Unfortunately, Oni doesn't give us access to mercury. Oh, right. Where's Kaylee? Is Kaylee sleeping again? Kaylee? Who said you could be sleeping? Also, if you mix 500 litres of dirty water with 500 litres of clean water, you would end up with 1,000 litres of dirty water. Absolutely. I might send over one of the cooks to paint this canvas for them. I know it sounds weird that I said I'd send over one of the cooks, but our cooks are our artists. Let's we're not doing very much on the other planet. Let's go back to the other planet. Travaldo, you're standing about, which I assume means you're about to go on break. So I think we will teleport Stinky. Glad Oni doesn't give access to mercury. Jeeps would try to swim in it. They absolutely would. Oh, what is going on with this? Right. Let's deconstruct that. We need to move some of these while we're here. Here you go. I'd like you to put the ice. Oh, I hate this copy bug. It's literally the bug that annoys me most. There we go. We'll drop the ice down there. What is this? This is sand. Slow but very efficient and reaches close to 0 MPa. I don't know what that is, but off you go. No! God damn it. It would appear that my game is getting a little bit grumpy. Seems more unstable than the test builds. I mean, maybe it's the mod, but it never says it's the mods that are the problem. So we will see. At least they've, I don't know how they did it, but they've made Steam notice much quicker when it, loads and unloads. Because Steam used to take like 10 minutes to update if you closed Oni. Regardless of whether it crashed or not, it used to take like 10 minutes to update. And be like, oh yes, you've closed this. There's only apparently 2 days to whatever the next update is. But it's not a big one, because they're still advertising the breath of fresh air. So, we'll see. Let's try and resume. Do people know what's coming in the next update? What's on the test branch right now that we don't have? Does anyone know what's on the test branch at the moment that is going to be coming in the update soon? $500 litres of ethanol and 500 litres of water would not be a lifetime supply of vodka. Isn't ethanol the one that you can't drink? Oh, or is methanol the one that you can't drink? A lifetime would maybe last me a month. Test branch has quality of life things for rockets that are very nice. It's methanol that you can't drink, is it? Been getting that error thing a lot since the big merge update. I think it was Nematrek that said they are nerfing the solar. That's a different sort of meth pants that you smoke. Auto-disable beds, etc. when landed. You can drink methanol. It would just make you blind. Thank you, Kaylee. I said the nerf wasn't really that big of a nerf. Big swamp and mostly fixes in quality of life. Ethanol is the antidote to methanol. Yes. I remember this now. Where are we? Oh, we don't look like we've lost too much. Maybe I won't. Right, maybe you don't get an artist. You can die if you drink enough of both of them. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you guys don't get an artist since apparently that crashed the game. You're just going to have to cope with your blank canvas, I'm afraid. Just drop by a hospital and claim you drank methanol and they may give you the antidote. Don't they just pump it straight into your bloodstream though? Which I don't think is quite the experience I want from my alcohol intakes. I mean, maybe that's just me, but you know. Purple Nix does not approve of your idea, KJ. Oh, that's the other thing I have to do. I have to work out our 2 higher tier emotes and get you to vote on those as well. That's another thing I'll put in the stream suggestions soon. Oh, speaking of things to do with the stream, I am going on holiday this weekend. I will be away for the Friday, Saturday and Monday streams. So no stream Friday, Saturday or Monday. It is partner and I's annual trip to Brighton, which would normally be for Brighton Pride, but we haven't had Brighton Pride for a couple of years. So this year, since we actually can travel, unlike last year, we are going to go and stay in Brighton anyway. So yes, I am away from Friday through Monday. So the last stream this week will be Thursday, and then we'll be back on Tuesday. That's so adorable. Thank you, Purple Nix. Yeah, Brighton has become our preferred Pride to attend. It's sort of, when it's running, it is small enough to still feel like old school pride, so it's not super corporate and all of that. And even like the stuff that is corporate is loads of like local businesses and stuff like that getting involved, which is really nice. Like the whole town buys into it. It's a massive thing. And yeah, but it's big enough that like there's loads and loads of people there. It just feels cozy in my opinion. Absolutely. Brighton Pride, best pride in the UK. Not close, I would say. Having been to many of them. Well, no, having been to some of them. There are loads of new ones that I haven't been to, or newer ones, and smaller ones and things like that. What am I looking for here? Rocket platform. After all that nonsense, what we want is a rocket platform. Go on, Chthonic One, what is your important question? How are your dupes gonna get to the vent? It's one tile too low. Well, why did we move all of this down then? Oh, it is one tile too low. How are you going to launch a rocket from there? We have no intent to launch a rocket from there. If we build it here, they can climb in the vent. If I build it in the right place, they can climb in the vent. So that will be sorted. Yes, and our plans are to just not launch a rocket. So that is also sorted. Thank you, Neo, for pointing out that I had done it in the wrong place. I'm still not used to these rocket platforms and how they work. They're still a bit weird for me. New rocket. What are we looking for? Large gas cargo canister. Apparently I can't build one of these. I have to build them out of steel and I don't have any. Is that what I'm looking for? The large gas cargo canister? I can't build it, I need an engine first. Yes, it's that one. I mean, they seem to believe I don't need an engine first. Gotta make some steel. Why do I have to make it out of steel? This has been much harder than was necessary. I'm gonna reject all of these, I don't want them. Chthonic One just wants the tank. Oh, I see. We don't need an engine. Right. Oh, we're actually making some steel currently. We need to find some steel. Oh, I know where it is. We apparently have 3.5 tons, so that's alright. Are you set up to take it? Yes, right, okay, so they should bring some steel down here. Hopefully. Or alternatively, they could just dump it here. That's super helpful, dupes. Thanks very much for that. Oh, well then they've dropped it in the fish. Oh, then they've put it here. Okay, they've sent some. I wonder if they've managed to get enough. Let's see if this is going to prove to be enough steel. I suppose we'll wait until they've finished. Until this is finished delivering all its steel. Nuts. Right. What am I looking for? The other planet. New rocket. Yes. There we go. Build a thing. Lovely. I still think this was largely a waste of everyone's time. But you know, it is interesting to see the things that can be achieved with the new solutions. Now, we want... oh no, they're in here, don't they? We want a gas rocket port loader. Which, yes, we will absolutely make it of lead. And a gas rocket port unloader. So that we can use... You are going to hold natural gas. Right. Well, that was all very silly, but thank you, chat. We now have a completely random thing. It'll give you 2 people to target your hate towards if things don't work out. It's all good. I'm glad you think it's worthwhile. Right, let me go back and... Ah, we did it, Nematrek. We built the thing that you wanted. I'm just going to turn this back onto steel so that we, the duplicants go back to putting all the steel in there. Here we are. Tri-walling a 40 by 70 area is long. I like using the tanks like this. Brothgar obviously took it to insane levels, though. You are, of course, one of those 2, Nematrek. Yes, well, that's sort of Brothgar's thing, isn't it? Brothgar's thing is, you know, a bit mad scientist-y. Which seems completely fine, if that's your thing. Right. Don't know. You never watch Brothgar or FJ. Do you not watch FJ? Oh, you're missing out, Neo. I like FJ. I like Brothgar from time to time. I also used to like, I don't know if he makes much stuff anymore, but I do quite like Tony Advanced Oni as well, who's sort of a mix between the 2 in lots of ways, I would say. No, that's not what I want to do. Hang on. Cancel that. I want this to come the other way. Yeah, I would say Tony Advanced is like a mix between FJ and Brothgar. No, that's a water pipe. I know him. I've seen some of his nuggets a while back. I just perfectly... Ah, well, fair enough. As you know, I don't like to work things out on my own. I like assistance. Currently, that assistance comes from... I kind of want to go around here. I know it's weird, but I just want to enter from one side. He speaks way too fast. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess I'm British, so it's a bit easier for me to follow. He does speak incredibly fast, though. Even for the Irish, he speaks pretty fast. Now, I think ideally, what I want to do... I just feel exhausted. Yeah, no, I think it's, as I say, I think there is some sort of culturalness about that. That for me, it's like much less of a deal. I feel like you need to catch your breath between 2 sentences. I think that's fair. So I think what we're going to do with this is I kind of want to... I'm going to do this, and we're going to run the natural gas from the oil biome, like up here. We're going to give this primacy, and then we're going to give these primacy. Primacy? Is that the right word? I think it is the right word. And then we're gonna fill the gas tank afterwards. Make sense, everyone? Yeah, I think primacy also exists, though. I know that you mean that priority would also be correct. Now I'm going to have to Google. Primacy. Primacy, the fact of being preeminent or most important. London's primacy as a financial centre. Oh, so I might actually, if that's the context, it might be that the only appropriate, yes, the appropriate way to say is this has primacy. Rather than, yeah. I think primacy might be a state of this. Today I learned, indeed. There's loads of things to learn. Also, only the top rank has primacy, not the bottom one. Let me see. Oh, that is true. That is true, Nematrek, and not necessarily intended. We can do that a different way, I think. Deconstruct this. So, what if we do that? Yes. Oh, actually, oh, nuts. Yeah. Sorry, I just did this in the most complicated way for no reason. Because, yes, you're completely right. I could have just done that, and it does exactly the same thing without so much nonsense. You're quite right. Is that right? Does that work? Spaghetti! Yes, making completely unnecessary spaghetti. Yeah, that works. Excellent. Good. Okay, so that's how we're gonna run this. Do you have to do that? You don't have to do that anymore. Just come down here. There's no need for you to have a stupid corner there. The days of requiring that stupid corner are well over. Cool. So, that will do all of that. But the first thing we need to do is actually to pump this out. Oh, we also need to provide power. How are we going to provide power? We want to put it on to our main grid. Our main grid is just this copper wire, which should be fine. Where are we going to bring it in? I think... Let's bring it in here. Yes, we'll bring it in here and run it up here. How do we provide power to our power plant? Good life questions. Absolutely. We could also, in fact, automate our generators so that we actually only use them when we need them. That might be nice. I think I'd like to... Oh, I can't reach up. The tubes can't reach up there to build it. There's room above the loader unloader for smart batteries. That's true. That is a place we could put them. And that would give us another reason to run it here, which I'd quite like to do. So I'm going to sever this connection. We are going to replace this with a joint plate. We are going to have a quick look at this. And we're gonna sever this for a minute. And we're just gonna run these out here. Yeah, with a high pressure vent. Right, we also need a couple of liquid vents in these. And we're gonna get some oil. Oh no, you got the one train a day that skips your station. Oh, that's the worst. I no longer really live somewhere that could happen, but I have previously lived places where that can happen, and it is super annoying, Casa. You have my sympathy, most certainly. If I wasn't so lazy, I'd have ripped out the entire central part of my base. I mean, I don't think that's an unusual feeling in Oni. The feeling of, oh, maybe I should have just destroyed all of this. Might have been better. So yeah, we're going to link that up to there, and we're going to fill these in with oil once they've built it. This is going to have some steam turbines on it. Let's have a look at how many steam turbines we could sensibly fit and where we might want them. I think we're going to put, I think I'm going to put the, what's it called? Aquatuner over this side. Oh, we do need to actually fill in some cooling. What will need cooling here? It's the only one out of all that doesn't stop. That is very annoying. It's only really the generators that I'll have to cool. Oh, maybe the batteries, if we put some batteries up here, which we might well do. We could just put a little floor and a couple of smart batteries. I mean, we don't really need to, but I like the fact that the floor is the same. Why not the aquatuner in the middle for the heat to go both ways? Mostly just because of the way I usually set up my steam turbines, but we could potentially do that instead, yes. How wide is this? It's 18, so we should be able to run 8 and 8 and put it in the middle. Yes, we could do that instead. Why don't we do that instead for a change? Absolutely. See? I still keep thinking that the radiation is the utilities menu. Clay, please fix. You'd think I'd remember after getting them for 20 odd years. I mean, I have sympathy, Casa. I have a real sympathy. So, what we're probably going to do then is, because we're not actually going to be creating very much steam in here, we might actually... We don't have any clean water, really. Oh no, we do have some clean water. We might have to sacrifice some clean water off the oil line for a little bit. I just go by their relative position, utilities between automations and stations. Fair enough. I definitely have some problems with the visual similarity. What am I looking for? Power. So, considering we've put that there, I think it would be perfect to put steam turbines there and indeed there. So we'll just run 2. They will have little exit pipes here. Now we are working on making things pretty. I would like to point out that we are most certainly not doing anything sensible here. We're making things pretty. Choose a blueprint. Oxyphene seeds seems lovely. Have you finished the research yet? It seems like you've been doing this for ages. Wow, it takes them a long time to do the material science. Okay. Well, they'll get there. Are we idle over here again? Right. Maybe it ran out while shooting again. That is a question. Yeah, it has. There we go. Oh, I tell you what you can do, duplicants. I tell you what you can do here. Why don't you build this? Also, you can build this second layer that I was going to have. How many rad bolts am I shooting each time? 50. Kaylee is the answer to that. Oh no, cancel that. Apparently I was going to put it inside. Cancel this bottom bit. Do build that side bit, but cancel this. Apparently I was going to build that on the inside. There we go. That'll give you some stuff to get on with. I think it can only hold 50. Isn't that true, that the science thing can only hold 50? Sonic went... Mate. There you go. It can hold 100. Oh, well, let's shoot 100 then. Because we have loads of rad bolts now. There is travel loss. I think we were losing about 6 on the way. There we go. Okay. So then the dupes can get on with also doing this. They won't be able to dig all of this out, but they can dig some of it out. They're going to get trapped though if I give them that, aren't they? You're going to get trapped. I know you duplicants. Is there a possibility to get trapped? You're definitely gonna. So you can get on with that for a minute. And we can go back here. So yes, we're going to build those like that. Okay. You're going to come over here. We will need... Oh, we could put a transformer up here to power the thing. Let's put a transformer up there. Why not? Because it can be in the path of the... Also put it here. Do I want it here? No. There's no point having it there. You should shoot 108 to 110 to have them all reach the destination. Oh, I mean, I could do that, KJ. But I don't think I'm gonna. You know those things that I just can't be bothered with? That's on the list of things I can't be bothered with. There we go. Oh, this is... well, there's no point you really doing that, because I haven't connected this. So let's connect that. And we can actually make some liquid locks. Yes, that's true. We cut the inefficiency in half. What did I build that out of? Lead? I mean, that's probably not going to be okay, is it? Have I got any other options for things I could build that out of? Lead is pushing it. Oh, I guess we'll have to build it of steel. These are our options. Unfortunately. Now, we need some liquid pipes, which we're just gonna do this with. And this. Oh, they're gonna need some bridges. There and there. So let's cancel out those so that we can run the cooling loop. Speaking of bridges, we're gonna want a bridge underneath here. I have a goal for my colony to make a single visco fluid door. Spaced out is odd in some ways. Indeed, I've recently seen the tree and like the general nightmare that it's going to be making visco gel. It does not thrill me. It's going to consume all of the calories. Oh, I know. It does seem kind of terrible. I suppose we don't actually need that there. We can cancel that for now. But I am going to put the liquid reservoir here. Oh, we might have the same problem that I had before. No, because we're going to be cooling this one, so it should be fine. I mean, we are cooling that one. But it's still overheated. Do I need some more steel, potentially, to have this not overheat? I don't think I should. I don't really understand why that one got so hot, to be honest. We'll see. Liquid pipe thermosensor and some automation. Wire. Lovely. Oh, this one is complete, it looks like. So we can sever this. If I'm using big tanks like that, I don't bother vacuuming the vent. I just dump everything into the tank and vent anything that's not what I want from the unloader later. That is a very interesting idea. We have nearly finished vacuuming it, but I think that's a very good idea and I will consider it later. However, the only problem would have been we would have sort of had to vacuum it into here because of the priority to the generators, if you see what I mean. Lovely. So that is sorted. It looks like this one's sorted as well. So we can also sever that. You can all go back to producing petroleum. Let's deconstruct all of these pipes. Oh, what have you just done? This mod is no longer working as well as it used to, I feel, in deconstructing the things I actually want it to deconstruct. Deconstruct this and this. Lovely. So now we have some nice locks on that. It obviously doesn't matter because currently it's open to the world up here, but we will stop that fairly shortly by means of doing this. There we go. Yes, I don't care about that bristle blossom. That bristle blossom can do one, frankly. Also, these here can do one as well. Thank you, Kaylee. Deconstruct only buildings mod. No, it's set deconstruct layer mod. But I do seem to have been having some problems with it more recently. Let's sweep any rubbish that you've dropped in here out as well. Also this. What does it do that vanilla doesn't? It should set your deconstruct layer to be buildings. However, a problem it's always had is that if you are in an overlay, it still wants to set your default to buildings if that's the first deconstruct that you've done. It also isn't the first deconstruct that I've done. So that was always a problem that it had, that it wanted to set your first deconstruct to buildings even if you were in an overlay. But now it just seems a bit buggy. is what I would say. Oh, that's attack. Not attack. Sweep. It's not even overly like attack. But there you go. They give you some things to do. The deconstruct only buildings mod just sets your default to buildings and doesn't mess with layers. That might be an alternative then, Nematrek. I might give that one a go on the next playthrough. Because I am becoming increasingly aggravated with my thing. Okay, so we need to deconstruct this. And actually the pipe underneath it. Don't want either of those anymore. And then we can join these back up. Now, the other thing that we do need to do is get rid of the carbon dioxide. Now, there is a thing that we're going to do with said carbon dioxide. No, not that way. And that is, we're going to feed it to slicksters, which we're going to make in here. Yes, we're going to feed it to slicksters. We collected all of our slicksters over here. And, oh, look, they've managed to have a molten one. That's annoying. And we're going to create a slickster farm over here. Right, I need a very swift break, though, before we get on to any of that. So, I'll leave you watch them finish this off, and I'll be back in a minute. I see you, stuck dupe. Let's look at you. There you go, Kaylee. I mean, you're obviously really bothered because you haven't decided to get out. Oh, I see. I don't think I was stuck. No, you weren't stuck. You were stuck by the You were stuck by the sand that had fallen in our liquid lock. We figured that out. Right. No, there's not unreasonable pressure in here. It's only unreasonable actually in the things, because we've only had a regular liquid lock, so a regular gas vent. So they haven't been able to. You messed up the temperature in the caging. In which case, I'm surprised that you weren't concerned that it was 2,000 degrees in there, Nematrek. I don't want any of this. Let's reject them all. How are you lot doing? You appear to have something to do. Look, they've made a lovely water tank here for our cool slush geyser. That's nice. I'm quite happy about that. That looks quite nice. Also, they apparently managed to do it without getting themselves trapped. Which I think we should be, frankly, kind of amazed by as much as anything else. Imagine such a thing. Jeeps building a thing without getting trapped, even though they have zero supervision. Wonders will never cease. Ah, this is working again. Right, in which case, I think I definitely want to start storing considerably more cool liquid in here. So we're going to move this hydro sensor up to... I kind of want to put it there. Do I want to move that pitcher pump? Oh wow, that's I just get them stuck. Your internet died, Purple Nix. That sucks. I'm glad that you are back. Oh, they finished some research. Excellent. No, let's come down here. Let us deconstruct these. Yes, so I want to, the reason we're doing this is because I want to retain more... Didn't I build a... Oh, I crashed. That was the thing that happened. We crashed. Oh, they've been literally doing this the whole time. Deconstruct that. It won't let me build one though, will it? What was I saying? Yes, I want greater thermal mass here to cool the water that's next to it. Is the point. And then they can exchange heats between them. In here, liquefiable ice, only ice. Well, I guess snow. I mean, it's very unlikely. Why do we have liquefiable solid chlorine? I guess sweep only. Just freeze all the water in the brine tank and dump the ice in the water tank. Hush, Nematrek. You know that is not a helpful suggestion. Now, what was I thinking of? I was thinking that I wanted to build a little mesh tile so that we can make sure we also have an output for any brine ice. Do we have an output here for any... Oh, we have one here for sweep only. Oh no, is this only eggs? We can put the polluted ice in here as well, because I can't be bothered to build another one. So that one's water. This one is going to be for liquefiable brine ice. Yeah, just brine ice. Sweep only. Don't tell me about your lack of power. I literally couldn't care less. I could understand liquid chlorine from space, but solid, no idea. No idea why it thinks we have that, but who can say? Can we sweep this? We seem to have left a whole bunch of bleach stone lying around. We don't really need any more chlorine. Thanks. And let's suppress that. Right. So the duplicate stalls seem to have things to do. The research is going okay. Let me turn that one off. I want them to finish the basic research for this before we send Chthonic 1 back. Because I don't want them to have to hang out in space for ages waiting for Emily to catch up with the research. We have liquid CO2 in at normal pressures. Oni has its own physics, absolutely. Appear to have a bunch of extra Atmo suits here. Let's have a quick look at this planet. Yes, they probably need them there. Not that badly. We always need to wait for Emily. Sorry, did I say Emily? I should have said Amelia. The dupe is Amelia. Not almost Emily. I mean, this is a conversation that requires too much actual real-world knowledge for me to be a part of, so I'll leave you to have it. Right. One of the things I wanted to do here was to actually make this a separate biome, essentially. Essentially what I'd like to do is to leave the slicksters to have their own biome in here, if you see what I mean. So, things we would like to do to achieve that is to make sure we block this off. Oh, we're going to let that little bit of chlorine out, aren't we? Let's cancel that. We're going to come in from the other side then. Right. Come here, you lot. We've got stuff and things, whatever, you know. Suits. That's the stuff and things that I was going for. Helium doesn't turn solid at atmospheric pressures, even at the lowest temperatures we've created. Have we ever got anything down to 0 Kelvin? Because we've got those weird quantum computers that you have to run at like 6 Kelvin or something ridiculous, haven't we? Alt tab to Oni and 2 dupes died. Pants! Stop murdering all your dupes! There is a nice Easter egg in one of the planets. You love this game. Oh, cool. Well, yes, do not spoil. It was rules of suicides. I mean, I would say that still makes you a terrible overlord. CO2 should only sublimate at normalish pressures. I remember some 65 to 80 atmosphere to keep it as fluid around temperature. With lasers, we've gotten stuff to negative Kelvin. Have we? Wow. What's the point of Kelvin then? I thought the whole point of Kelvin was that it was like an absolute scale. I'd quite like to build a like roof all along here. I wonder if we could just sort of shut this here and make this just a thing here. Only a death deals in absolutes. Negative Kelvin is super weird. Like, we're talking how matter's temperature stuff actually works. I have no idea. Oh look, there's a hatch here. Hello, hatch. Danish. I saw you. You're gonna have to sort it out for yourself now, Danish, aren't you? Oh, we're gonna drown the hatch in ethanol. Sad times, hatch. I mean, you could get out of there, hatch. Yeah, there you go. You can get out of there. Danish, however, is a bit stuck. Do I actually have to save you, Danish? I like to make my drowning tanks out of ethanol or like, salt or something. Salt water. What have you got here? Mafic. Here you go, right. Make a Mafic ladder piece there, Danish. Obviously that's what you want to destroy. There you go, Mafic. Lovely. Let's cancel that. And Mafic. Cancel this and dig it out. Cancel. Mafic. Cancel. Dig. Cancel. Mafic. Cancel. Dig. There you go, Danish. Off you go. Danish is saved. It feels like I should make some sort of saving bacon joke here, but I'm not going to. Oh, hello. So yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to cancel that. Because I want to make this all a floor. So in order to do that, we are going to have to tile up some of these lower ones. I don't understand the conversations that are happening in chat, so I'm leaving chat to talk to itself. It should keep them happy. I have absolutely no worries about chat talking to itself. Let's talk about favourite dessert, Max. I'm not a big fan of desserts, Purple. I don't have a very sweet tooth, so probably a lot of my favourite desserts are like fruits or fruit-based. I do enjoy ice cream from time to time, but I'm very picky about the forms of ice creams. Your favourite desert is Antarctica. Favourite fruits? Do Do you know what I had recently that partner bought for me in the shopping that I have not had for years and years and years was gooseberries. Speaking of traditional British foods, I've got to have gooseberries again. They are amazing, though only if you enjoy very, very, very tart. I mean, you say fancy purple, like people in my street used to just grow them in my back garden, in their back gardens when I was a kid. But I do love them, and I hadn't had them for years, so that was very nice. Cheesecake, I don't like the American versions, so your weird baked cheesecakes I'm not really a fan of. I like the more I don't know if it's European versions, but just not really the American versions. Crepes. Crepes over pancakes on the whole. Ah, you're finished, so you don't like the American cheesecakes either, Dot. Then we probably have the same understanding of cheesecakes. Kaylee, what's going on here? Oh, I see what's going on here. There you go, you're fixed now. Yes, the weird baked cheesecakes I don't really get. But I do like the, for me, more traditional cheesecakes that are just biscuit and cheese. There is a fantastic trifle that I particularly enjoy that is not massively like a traditional trifle. It's essentially just sponge and fruit and a mascarpone cream. But I like that very much. What else? What other things do I like? I particularly like British apple pie, again, not American apple pie, because American apple pie is barely a tart, let alone a pie. You love tiramisu. Partner really enjoys tiramisu, though is not allowed to eat it because dairy, but I actually don't like tiramisu. Although I am a huge fan of Italian cuisine, Purple Nicks, I don't really like their desserts very much. No, not the apple pie from McDonald's. My God. I don't mind coffee-flavoured things sometimes. The research is ready. Thank you very much, Joni Benoni. That is a super handy thing to know. So, the research is ready. Let's get them to start on this one. Oh, the research isn't ready. Maybe a different research. Oh, maybe I hadn't started either of these. Oh, I guess I hadn't started either of these. I love most pastries. No. Not all of that many pastries. I enjoy a very good croissant. I also quite like a pain au chocolat from time to time. But apart from that, pastries is mostly savoury pastries for me. But yeah, the American cuisine has some very strange ideas in my book about what constitutes a pie. Like, it has to have a closed pastry lid to be a pie. Otherwise, it's a tart. It is not a pie. This appears to be a particularly British thing, because it's not just the Americans, because I've also had this argument with partner on several occasions. I don't really like pain au raisin very much, to be honest, because I'm not actually a massive fan of pain au chocolat, but it can be nice from time to time. And it's sort of one of those things that I do enjoy. But yes, definitely, I do regularly have arguments about what constitutes a pie. I've actually heard people arguing that, like, quiche constitutes a pie. A quiche is a flan. It is most certainly not a pie. I realise that these things are not super... that is a nonsense. I agree. I realise these things are not super important, but you know, sometimes I like to get involved in pedantry. I like a good apple pie where the apple is cooked enough it loses cohesion and it becomes delicious. Yes, certainly the apple should be baked or stewed enough to not be too solid. What's the Austrian dessert? I think it's Austrian. It might be other forms of Germanic peoples. Strudel. That often has like more solid bits of apple in it. I don't mind a strudel. I had some when I was in Vienna, but I wasn't super excited. They also do, I also had Sachertorte, which is a torte despite possibly being a cake. In terms of this naming problems. But yes, a Sachertorte I found unbelievably rich. It was interesting to have while we were in Vienna, but not necessarily for me. Sort of thing I could probably only have like once a year at most. But yes, I haven't had proper apple pie for a really long time. The other sort of British dessert that I like very much is rhubarb crumble. Not rhubarb, I don't like rhubarb. Raspberry crumble. Raspberry crumble? Blackberry crumble? Blackberry crumble, I think. It's been such a long time since I've had it that I can't even remember. But I do like a crumble. A berry crumble, yes. That's another thing that people keep endlessly referring to as pies. A crumble is not a pie, it's a crumble. Ugh. Anyway, let's have another look at our natural rhubarb pie. I remember I've tried that once. I forget if I like it. I don't actually like rhubarb very much. Is my main problem with rhubarb pie. Either in sweet or savoury combination. I'm just not actually a very big fan of rhubarb. But it's a very traditional thing to have here. We were gifted rhubarb by allotment neighbours. I know I don't like rhubarb, I just don't remember if I liked the pie. I mean, I must admit I can be fairly sure that if I don't like rhubarb I won't have liked the pie. I think I know me well enough to know that such a thing is definitely going to be true. I don't know what we're going to do with all these random pools of liquid. We should sort them at some point and like have some proper storage for them. But we'll worry about it another time. How are you going here? You're going quite well. Let's sweep these out. You're providing completely pointless power. Can we disconnect you for a minute? Yeah, let's actually just disconnect you for a minute. So you don't heat things up for no reason. Oh, now you've got power in you, so you're going to insist on heating things up for no reason forevermore. Oh, well, that's nice. Thanks. I have a lot of things I don't normally like, but if you cook them into a pie or other dessert, they taste good. Ah, I see. No, I do not usually feel that way. I can't think of many occasions where that would be true. I'm that way with casseroles. God, I despise anything that is a casserole. I am deeply against the whole concept of casseroles. I believe it is because my parents fed me way too many casseroles when I was small. And I have developed a deep and abiding dislike of them. So, there's not loads of things we actually need to cool here. Really, we can't reach that. We mostly need to cool this and potentially some batteries. So, we could just... we're going to call you up here. We could essentially just do this. That could be our cooling loop. I assume we don't need to cool any of this stuff. Well, clearly you aren't from the Midwestern United States. Kaylee, I'm from Britain. We... not cooling the steam turbines. Well done. Well done, Ematrek. That is a thing we need to cool, absolutely. I'm from the UK. Like, half of our traditional foods are either... savoury pies or casseroles, and I don't like either of them. I am on the whole deeply against my native culture's food. I will advocate it being actually quite a rich and diverse food culture. Admittedly, one that people have largely forgotten about, including the Brits themselves. But apart from that, I don't actually want to eat it, quite frankly. Because I don't like it, on the whole. So, yes, there is that. Right then, you lot, how are we going to get to you? I'm going to have to delete this, aren't I? It's just one of those things. You can just go into there. There's no reason why not. I mean, yeah, well, that'll be fine. And you can join up there. Yeah, so... I like all sorts of food cuisine. I like Mexican food. I like certain parts of American cuisine. I like Tex-Mex very much, actually, as separate from American cuisine. I like, Italian and many Asian foods. But I really don't like British food. So, one of the ways I know that I won't enjoy a restaurant is when they claim to be traditional British food, and I'm like, well, that's lovely. There is a restaurant here in London that I have been really wanting to take partner to, because it is a very famous place for essentially nose-to-tail eating. However, one of the problems is that there won't really be anything that I want to eat there. So we've struggled to find an appropriate moment to go, because ideally we need to take other people, but it's not cheap at all. So we haven't necessarily found a suitable occasion to go. One day I will. Partner also particularly likes French food, which I'm not necessarily a big fan of. To be fair, for many of the reasons that I don't like British food. The two are quite closely combined. doesn't like British food complains about the way the US does British food. I mean, I to be honest, I'm likely to complain about the way that the US does all food. There is always the anniversary. That's an occasion, except we don't really celebrate one. Purple Nicks, so that doesn't really work. Additionally, Parno won't have a good time if there isn't anything for me to eat. It's really somewhere where we need to take some friends, but then we have to arrange something with friends who will wish to eat that stuff and will afford it. Has nice steaks, barbecue, and spicy southern things. But things like Hershey bars, I don't get at all. I'm also not a huge fan of their steaks. Nose to tail eating, it's like ears and trotters and offal and all stuff like that, Purple Nicks. Things that I'm not necessarily a big fan of. You can also get things like roast suckling pig and things like that. But you need lots of people for that. Yes. Yes, not necessarily things that everyone would like. So you have to choose quite carefully if you intend to go there. They also make particularly delicious bread. I find that the, American food is in general too sweet and too processed. Homemade bread is the OG bread. Well, home bread... Who has unreachable food? Barney? Barney. I mean, that's a lie, isn't it? You don't have unreachable food. I mean, there is no way in which you cannot get out of this Dreco ranch, so hush. Let's have a look at our principles. Our homemade bread in this home is always gluten-free. I lived in countryside France for a few years and worked in China. I've seen things on the menus that I'd rather not order. Barney, what is your problem here? Barney, oh, I see what the problem is. We have too many goddamn suits in the docks. Hang on. Undock a suit. Barney, now you can come back. Why is everybody inside as a point of interest? Is it because they haven't got anything to do again? I'm not turning off vacancy only. I guess we've run out of stuff to do again. Here's some sweeping. I made you some more sweeping duplicates. So if you'd like to get on that, that would be lovely. So what are you going to do when there is no more sweeping? I don't know. I expect we'll think of something for them to do. Well, I think one thing we want to do is we want to build an additional rocket. Once we send Chthonic 1 into space, we're going to want to build a second rocket, build them hot tubs. So that we can go to the new planet. That will take up their time. I mean, if I just want to take up their time, I should build them beach chairs. Those are the worst. Oh, that's what I was considering doing. I was considering building a dense puffed ranch down here. So that they could provide us with some oxalite. Oh, you were going to take a picture of your beach resort. That would be cool. Right. Let's go back to the other planet. How are we getting on here? So you're still building our cooling loop. No more poke shell ranching. No. Oh, that's what I was going to do as well. I was going to do a infinite Pacu ranch for lime rather than do poke shells. And then if we decided we wanted some oh, you'd like to learn that? We can do that in a minute. How are we doing for time? Well, we can probably do that in a minute. Right, let's insulate that up. Oh, that's why. You already have the tech to start producing O2 liquid, since you have power and material already set up. Oxalite rockets are probably only a short thing. I mean, it was partly just a thought I was having. KJ, when I was looking at things last night. But yes, we are going to do Pacu for lime. How are you getting on here? You're doing fine. Right, let's... So, Pacu for lime, I think is going to be... I think it's easier than I thought it was. I just was doing some things wrong when I have attempted to do it in the past. Cancel that. And then you're going to need to reconstruct these. Oh, ideally not sedimentary. I'd like all of this to be granite, thanks. Just for my own nonsense. You don't have to be involved with the nonsense duplicants, but, well, you do, because you have to build it. I would like this to be granite. The oxygen in Oni isn't O2 since it's Are you still upset about that, Nematrak? Yes, fair enough. How are we doing? We seem to be successfully not overheating too many bristle blossoms. We are overheating them from time to time, but on the whole, we seem to be able to keep them a slightly better temperature. And actually, that isn't a terrible thing for the base, because it's also warmed up the base a tiny bit so that our plants over here don't keep stifling, which is nice. Ohms, I see you there. Oh no! No, we've done the thing with the Pacu, where they've formed little Pacu knots. So, nuts. I hate it when that happens. Right. How are you doing over here, you lot? I mean, not spectacularly. Schools of Pacu. They just want to learn. I mean, crispy lettuce, ideally Danish would be doing that. Danish? Oh, let's put you down a little bit on dig and build. I'd really like Danish to actually be in charge of doing those things. Lovely, we've built all of this so we can deconstruct these. Celebratory 100,000 channel points. Congratulations, Neo, on reaching 100,000 channel points. I have no idea what I could do with your 100,000 channel points. If there is I half hope you don't make a liquid lock of ethanol and half to do... This is the only one I've made of ethanol. I'm not going to make an ethanol liquid lock down here. I mean, why would I? We've obviously got all this oil right here. 10 stuffed animals. Yes, we'll have to think of something to put as a massive channel reward. If there is something unlikely that people could think of that they would enjoy, add it in the suggestions on Discord. Stream suggestions on Discord is, oh, obviously I've got the caps lock on, is an excellent place if you can think of something suitable that we could get Neo to spend 10,000 caps lock on. I know, Kaylee, I can't really help it. Someone send you an Oni base and we look at it? Maybe. I mean, I'm not against it as an idea. I don't know if that's genuinely worth 10,000 channel points, but we could have a think about it. Yeah, base loving, absolutely. I'm probably way more accessible than FJ's base loving these days, considering he's quite popular. And he runs so many different YouTube things currently that I don't think he has loads of time. Understandably. I mean, that's not actually a thing, is it? I struggle to find time to do YouTube on top of the streaming. And he does loads of YouTube, so I'm not surprised that, you know, that's very busy. Oh, I haven't got anything to build smart batteries out of. Do you reckon I can keep it cool enough here to build them of lead? Or is this going to be a horrible, horrible mistake? It might be, mightn't it? How are we getting on down here? What's that noise? Oh, one of you was... Yes. Danish was making the train noise. Which I do enjoy. What? We're out of power again? See, look, we do need more power. Or possibly more batteries. Can I fit more batteries up there? That's a point of interest. I could fit some batteries over here. And we could extend this to cool them. How are we doing for the heat up here? Oh, it's not exactly very hot up here. So we could definitely put some batteries over here. But also, we could just have something that produces a little bit of power in the nighttime, and that will probably fix it. You know? Oh, the sulfur thing is producing sulfur. Come on, you sweetles, you. Stop keeping crispy lettuce waiting. How many grubs are in here? This looks like it may be way too many grubs. Destroying 6 of 5 critters. No, that's fine. That's what we want. So yes, I solved the problem of these needing culling by just penning them in, and we move the eggs out into our eating. Do oil reservoirs produce natural gas when extracting crude oil? Yes. Yes, they do. That's where our natural gas is coming from. That's why it's like 58 kilos, 102 kilos, 99 kilos, 107 kilos in here. Yeah, that's where our natural gas is coming from. Lovely. Right, I think we can dig that little bit out. So we can do this. They really don't want to build these. We have enough lead. We have loads of lead. They just don't want to build them, as is sometimes the case. No, definitely not infinite energy. So it feels like we have loads because I've been ignoring it for hundreds and hundreds of cycles. But actually, each one only produces, what is it, 33 grams a second or something? What do these use? These use... You're not going to tell me. I'm going to have to look at this. These use 90 grams per second. And yes, you need 3 oil wells to continually feed 1 natural gas generator. Like if you were starting from scratch and you were setting the whole thing up, just 1 natural gas generator, you'd still need 3 oil wells for it. Oh, thank you for posting the beach resort in Discord, Nevertrack. I will have a look later. That should be entertaining. So yes, they're not great. Okay. Right, a thing we are going to do over here is... actually, we're probably not going to dig that out just yet. Let's cancel that. What we'd like to do instead is we'd like to set up a liquid lock this side. So we're going to deconstruct these. Deconstruct. That's it. And we're going to use oil to make a little liquid lock here. Oh, they haven't built that one. Do I care? Is that going to be a problem? No, it should be fine. And the reason is that I'm doing that is I want to pressurize this side with carbon dioxide. Essentially, we're going to take the carbon dioxide products of this and we're going to feed them back down here into this side. And this is going to be a carbon dioxide room. We're going to vent this natural gas over into here, where it can join our natural gas line in due course. And this is going to be a carbon dioxide room for slicksters. Again, these don't produce loads of carbon dioxide. They're not like... they are not like the what's-its petroleum generators. So they might not produce loads, but that's what we're going to use them for. We'll just take some sandstone. That would be fine. How are we getting on with our research here? Oh, interesting. Oh, they can't do any of... Right, hang on. Hang on. You there. Copy. You're gonna need some pitcher pumps because I can't get any water. Oh, hang on. I also apparently was failing in my plan to keep thermal mass in here by means of forgetting to switch that. Ah, well. Right. Let's help them actually be able to do some advanced research by means of getting them some water. Right then, good. Now they can actually do that, so that'll be helpful. They take natural gas geysers, produce CO2 equal to around 25% of their input mass, same as petroleum generators. They just take 90 grams per second rather than 2 kilograms per second. I see. But yes, you don't mean geysers, you mean generators there. But regardless, that doesn't fix our problem of them not actually producing very much CO2. You know, we're not going to be able to pressurize things up to 161 kilos of CO2 down there. So we'll have to see about that. Now, what I wanted to do was make a liquid lock. Just import CO2 from my main base. I'd have to fire it because we are using the supply to import oxygen, which is kind of more important than whether we can feed some slicksters that I barely care about, quite frankly. I mean, we could use some airflow tiles once we've cleared this and allow some of this carbon dioxide to fall down here. You're also producing more than 1 kilograms per second of CO2, so it wouldn't even fit in the teleporter. Well, I mean, we wouldn't have to put it all there, as long as we could import some of it. That would help, but no, we can't do that. As discussed, oxygen slightly more important than feeding some slicksters that I'm only vaguely interested in. Or you could liquefy. I'm not liquefying the CO2. Also, we're importing water. Again. So we need a rocket with CO2 tanks going on a shed shop. Is that a thing we could do? I'd have to build actual rocket platforms here. But I suppose if that was a thing we could do, that one sounds a bit more fun. I'm not necessarily going to say practical, but fun, potentially. You don't need the full 10 kilograms a second of water. Ah, but I'm going to start tapping into this one as well. Also, you know that doesn't help. Nemetrek. Hush. You are being troublesome. As per usual. By the way, if I complain that anyone is troublesome, you should not breathe too much of an insult into it, considering that I regularly call partner a trouble. It doesn't mean anything bad in my world. Troublesome just means fun. That is largely partner's belief as well. Nemetrek. So that is why we don't necessarily read it as a bad thing. Right. You there, connect to this. And while that's filling, I need a very swift break. I'll be... Lovely. I've eaten a banana. How are we doing here? Oh, we're nearly there. There we go. Sever that. Deconstruct all of these. And the liquid vent. Lovely. Then we can also dig this stuff out. We should probably at some point also do something about this terrible entryway here. We should clean this up generally at some point. But we can worry about that a bit later, I guess. This is all sorted. I think what we're going to do is when we first start running the generators here, we're just going to let the polluted water that they produce fill this. Oh, I never did that. Right, that's the thing I wanted to do. Because why not? And then we can just, you know, make our cooling loop off that. I'm going to use some of this water to fill this. Let's deconstruct this. And then we can get in here. So I only really made the thing here just because, like, that was where it made sense with the floor here. Not the floor, the tiles that existed there, that's what I meant. So what are you going to do? Oh, this ethanol. This ethanol isn't going to boil. This ethanol is going to be fine. There's not going to be any ethanol boiling. We might change this lock at some point. No, I'm not adding it to a liquid lock. Good grief. The only ethanol liquid lock we have is this one. But otherwise we haven't been using ethanol for the liquid locks. It looked like ethanol got to that first lock. Oh yeah, there's ethanol in this water lock. This lock probably needs replacing, to be honest. This whole lock probably needs replacing, and we need to tidy up the entrance way to, like, this bit of the oil biome. But we'll worry about that later. It's not very high on my list of things to fix right now. No, they've run out of things to do on the home planet. Ignore it and let the ethanol boil. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world. We'd just wind up with natural gas around the place, which, you know, worse things have happened. It's not my preference for a thing to happen, but, you know, as I say, definitely worse things have happened. Let's deconstruct these. Oh my god. This is what they used to do on the, yeah, there probably is enough water to conserve the seal even if it boils. This is what the dupes used to do on my 100 dupe challenge. Because, oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Because, obviously, even I couldn't manage to keep 100 duplicants busy all the time. Much as I tried. Whenever I queued something up, there would just be hordes of them running over, being like, yay, stuff, stuff. It was particularly amusing when we were murdering some critters, because they were very excited about that, quite frankly. More excited than they perhaps should have been. Anyway, right. Let's see how we're doing here. What were we doing? If you deconstruct that, you'll be able to build those again. What was I doing here? Oh, I was filling this aquatuner chamber. That's it. What did you do for oxygen in the 100 dupe challenge? We were letting chlorine in our natural gas reserve. Oh. Well, we're gonna, what's it? Anyway, was there bleach stone in here? There was. Nuts. Oh well. These things happen. I think there still is a bit of chlorine down here anyway, actually. Oh no, apparently it's been deleted now, but there was chlorine down here for quite a long time. Oh, there is still some in here. I think that's been here the whole time, to be honest. There's also some polluted oxygen up here, so I mean this one isn't pristine. Yes, I think though I'm actually going to call that a day. I don't feel super, so I am going to head off and see you all tomorrow. A reminder that tomorrow and Thursday will be the only 2 streams this week, and then I won't be back until Tuesday next week. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for following, for subscribing, for generally being around. If you would like to support the channel, your viewership is the thing that matters most, and you chatting here with me, but if you would like to do so monetarily, you can subscribe, also with Amazon Prime and Prime Gaming, which means you don't have to pay any extra money if you already have those, which can be nice. We are going to, I think, just head off today. I had a quick look and see if anyone was streaming. I will see you all tomorrow between 2 and 3 PM British summer time. Have a lovely, lovely rest of your day. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.